A very good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. I would like to remind members that the meeting is to be webcast. Today is World Kindness Day. Did you all know that? So you all have to be kind to one another today. It's a very, very important day. So remind ourselves of the importance of being really, really kind. Remember, I always say it's the most beautiful outfit anyone can put on. So I would also like to welcome and extend a warm welcome to a group of journalism students from Leeds University who are present today. So thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the meeting. Thank you very much, members. That was kind. So we're going to have 2 breaks because you've really been good so far. We'll have a 20-minute one and a very short 5 minutes as well. So in our usual way for full council, the first birthday, Councillor Hanan, where are you? Happy birthday to you. It's his birthday today. We also have Councillor Cunningham, birthday, 8th of November. Hand of applause for her, please. Thank you. We have another councillor with the big 50, Councillor Hayden. Give it up for her. 5 decades old. Well done. We also have coming up Saturday, Councillor Simon Brown. Give it up. Our own ex-veteran. Happy birthday in advance. We also have our women champion, Councillor Hesselwood. Happy birthday in advance, coming up on the 20th of November. Finally, 21st of November, we've got Councillor Renshaw. Give it up for Councillor Renshaw as well. Thank you very much, members. So all of you have all got birthday presents as well, so please don't forget to collect them. I am also delighted to announce that Councillor Kaylee Brooks gave birth to Wilfred David on 15th of October. The little boy was 5 days early, so weighing a very healthy 9 pounds baby. I know, yes. I am sure you all will join me in sending our congratulations to Councillor Brooks and her family on the safe arrival of little Wilfred. So congratulations, Councillor Brooks. Okay, straight to business. Agenda item number 1, minutes of the meeting held on the 11th of September 2024. Councillor Flint.
I move that the minutes be approved.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for a vote to approve the minutes. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 2, declarations of interest. I now invite members to declare any interest, please. Okay. I take that to be we don't have any. Number 3, communications.
There are no communications to report today, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4, deputations. Back to you, Mariana.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To report that there are 4 deputations today: the Leeds Children's Mayor, Leeds Ageing Without Children, West Yorkshire Somali Community, and a group asking the West Yorkshire Pension Fund to reconsider investments.
I move that the deputations are received.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Deputation 1, please. Good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. Please now I will ask you to make your speech to council, and that should be no longer than 5 minutes. So over to you, Children's Mayor.
My manifesto is about mental health and well-being. If I was Leeds Children's Mayor, I would tackle mental health and well-being. Mental health is important because it can affect how we handle stress and make choices, and it influences your daily life. People all around Leeds should be aware of mental health effects. Therapy sessions can be around £30, which can be an expensive part of a family budget. If we don't tackle mental health at a young age, it can impact the way that we grow up and become an adult. Schools could have a positive thoughts day where they say positive sentences to each other. We could do a day every half term. This would boost everyone's happiness, and those with mental health problems may feel like they can talk to someone. Have a place to go to in school to be able to relax and chat, inside or outside. We could decorate a space or a bench in a calm and safe way, and have a chance to go there with permission to be able to talk to an adult of our choice or take a friend. This can have some calming music, books and nice smelling things. We could work with the mental health leads in school and with local groups such as D-Side to arrange groups to come into school and explain the issues with mental health and give us ideas on how to help ourselves by doing small group work and helping us to understand the language and how we can spot issues and give advice to other children who may need it. Leeds as a city could encourage groups of children to have children ambassadors that can create resources and packs, share these and do lessons about mental health by children for children, including introducing an annual Leeds Positive Thoughts Day where schools could enter a competition in the first year to create the logo and then each year to create a yearly badge for all to wear to promote the Positive Thoughts Day, helping children and staff to remind them to be positive. This day could be during the annual Mental Health Week. In the future, for all schools to have a trained counsellor or access to a counsellor for children to be able to book into if they have any problems, they want to speak or to roll out and create their own relaxing chat. They want to roll out and create their own relax and chat spaces around schools in Leeds, whether this be a bench, an area for lonely, vulnerable people. Promote local youth therapy places and have these displayed in schools so we know where to go and is free for primary school children or small cost to families so everyone can access it. If mental health is tackled early through therapy, talking and understanding the issues, then we can help Leeds have an improved positive future. Thank you for listening.
Councillor Flint.
Thank you so much for coming. I move that the matter be referred to the Director of Children and Families in consultation with the relevant exec member. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Delighted to second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for a vote. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much, Children Mayor and her team, for coming today. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with you in due course. And members, just to let you know that SA has just been elected as well. And just to let you know, SA, the city and all of us here wish you a very successful tenure. Thank you all very much and have a wonderful afternoon. Second deputation, Leeds Aging Without Children. Good afternoon and welcome to today's meeting. Please make your speech to Council, which should not be longer than 5 minutes. Thank you.
My Lord Mayor and fellow councillors, may I introduce myself and my colleagues. We are part of the Leeds Aging Without Children group. My name is Jean Basson, Carol Leeming, Monica Slocum. And we're here today to raise issues of position of people in Leeds who are ageing without children. The Ageing Without Children organisation was founded in 2014 to focus particularly on problems that people without family support can face as they age, and especially when public policy does not take them into account, and where sometimes there is an underlying assumption that families will fill in the gaps in provision. The local group in Leeds and the group in York have operated since 2015, and now also we have a national group which is a registered charity, and 9 local groups across the country. Our definition of ageing without children is those people who have no children by choice, those who have no children through a range of circumstances, those people who have children who live too far away to be able to support them, or whose children are unable to support them because they have their own mental or health difficulties, those who are estranged often permanently from their children, and those whose children who have sadly died before them. Research by the National Care Forum in its report in 2021 showed that in the UK, 1.2 million people over the age of 65 are without children, and that figure is set to rise to 2 million by 2030. 30% of those people are expected to use formal care services, compared to less than 22% of people who have children. 92% of unpaid care is provided by families, and 20% of people over 85 rely solely on their adult child for support. And the Office of National Statistics report in 2019 estimated that by 2045, the number will be 3 times as many people over 80 without children. And that report showed very clearly the role of family carers was critical for living independently. In Leeds, our aims with our Ageing Without Children group are threefold. One is to raise awareness of the range of agencies in Leeds who make provision for older people. Secondly, to provide information sessions for people ageing without children on topics which particularly affect them, such as choosing an executor for their will, finding someone to be their power of attorney, hospital discharge, housing options, and the key area of advocacy, who will speak for them. We also provide opportunities, social opportunities, for people to meet with people who are in the same position, and to share ideas informally and reduce feelings of isolation of many people have without families who feel that they're the only people who are in that situation. We're organised as a small steering group. 3 of us are here. We have 5 altogether. And in 2015, we had 2 people in our group. We now have just short of 90 odd in our group now. So it's a growing group. We have a Facebook page. We have a website. We've never had any funding over 10 years, and I'm not coming to ask for that. But at present, we use, if we're doing an information session, we have to find a room that is free. We use John Lewis Community Hub a lot, although we're actually outgrowing that because they've a maximum number there. And if we have specialist speakers to come and talk to us, we have to persuade them to come for nothing or for a cup of coffee in John Lewis. The kind of things that people who are without family support find difficult are things like legal issues like making a will and power of attorney, staying in and discharged from hospital, seeking assistance for good housing choices later in life, navigating the services to get the support they need, and having the peace of mind that someone will advocate for them if they lose their mental capacity or sometimes their physical capacity. All of those above are problematic for any person ageing, but we assure you it is doubly difficult if you don't have a close family support member to help you through those agencies. So in our deputation, we've just got 2 requests. The first is to ask you to use your powers to influence national government and local MPs to take people who are ageing without children into account in formulating public policy and allocating resources, but also, and most particularly as a council, to use your powers to take those ageing without children into account and formulate local policy and allocate resources, ensuring, for example, that adult social care perhaps collects data on who is ageing without children so that they can plan and assess future needs and finance. Whilst this is an issue for our age group today, it's notable that this will be an increasing problem, as you know, because birth rates probably in your wards are dropping considerably. and younger people are deciding for a whole heap of reasons not to have children in the future. So the solutions that we can find today, hopefully, will also be a legacy for future generations. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Councillor Flint.
Thank you. I move that the matter be referred to the Director of Adults and Health for consideration in consultation with the relevant exec member.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you for sharing, and I second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for a vote to refer the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. So thank you very much for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with you in due course. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon. We're on to Deputation 3, the West Yorkshire Somali Community. Good afternoon and welcome to today's council meeting. Please now make your speech to council, which should not be longer than 5 minutes.
Lord Mayor and members of council, thank you for giving us the time to talk to you today. With me today is Abdi Fattah Adam, my fellow West Yorkshire Somali community member and businessman. We are part of a grassroots community group based in the Bermontoft and Richmond Hill area, specifically Lincoln Green, set up with other local Somalis in the area. Together, me and Abdi Fattah, and in cooperation with other community organizations and local councillors, have continuously and repeatedly tried to raise awareness of dangerous driving and the poor state of roads. The ever-increasing number of potholes in the Lincoln Green area of Bermontofts and Richmond Hill ward and the detrimental effects it is having on local residents. The ever-increasing number of potholes in the Lincoln Green area of Bermontofts and Richmond Hill ward and the detrimental effects it is having on local residents. I myself have had the misfortune of tripping over potholes in the local area and injuring my ankle numerous times in the past few years, and also was very nearly run over by a car on Lincoln Green Road earlier this year. We therefore humbly stand before you today to ask Leeds City Council to acknowledge, commit and deliver upon previous promises of funding for the repair of potholes in the ward, and most importantly, to introduce a low traffic neighbourhood zone scheme in Lincoln Green. A low traffic neighbourhood is a great and cost-effective way of stopping dangerous driving in quiet residential areas and keeping pedestrians and cyclists safe. Most London boroughs have been using low traffic neighbourhoods schemes for a long period, and the results have been astonishing. In the areas where low traffic neighbourhood schemes were operating, there was a 50% drop in road accidents and a 74% reduction in traffic. Furthermore, the cumulative public benefit of people being more active was estimated at as much as 4,800 per local adult over a 20-year period. We can see that the schemes are very good value for money and in the long term save money as well as increasing safety. We strongly believe and feel that the introduction of a low-traffic neighbourhood scheme in the Lincoln Green area through consultation with local residents would greatly improve road safety and significantly lessen the dangers currently facing the local people. Before I conclude, I would like to stress the urgency of the current situation and the risks that many residents are facing on a daily basis. On behalf of West Yorkshire Somali community and the local residents of Lincoln Green, thank you for today. We respectfully hope that Leeds City Council will introduce a low-traffic neighbourhood scheme in Lincoln Green. Lord Mayor and honourable members of Council, thank you for taking the time to listen to our speech.
Thank you. Councillor Flint.
Thank you for coming. I move that the matter be referred to the Director of City Development for consideration in consultation with the relevant exec member.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call a vote on the deputation. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with yourselves in due course. Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you. Deputation 4. A group asking the West Yorkshire Pension Fund to reconsider investments.
Lord Mayor and members of the Council, good afternoon. My name is...
Sorry, don't worry. You'll get your time to speak. Welcome to Council. And please, you can now make your speech, and just remember that it shouldn't be more than 5 minutes. Back to you.
Sure, absolutely. Sorry about that. Thank you. My name is Asmara Kazmi. I am an entrepreneur, and has my time already started? I thought we had intros first. Apologies. I'll just jump into it. My name is Asmara Kazmi. I'm joined by Zara Arik from the Leeds Palestine Solidarity Campaign, Simon Cohen and David Beals from West Yorkshire Jews Against Israeli Apartheid, and Jennifer Norman of the Green Party. Pensions are, in their most basic sense, pensions exist to help people secure their futures in the most basic sense. We live in a world where planning for a future is a privilege, not a right afforded to all. How can one plan for a future when every moment is spent in peril of the next bomb, of the next displacement? Since October 7th, 2023, Israel has dropped bombs orders of magnitude more than those used in Hiroshima. How are we not bothered about the death toll of 43,362? Or worse still, the estimate by the Lancet of 200,000 people once we account for indirect deaths due to disease and famine. For each of these people is a whole life of love, happiness, dreams, sorrow, and all those things which typify the human experience. But this deputation is not a humanitarian appeal, it is a logical one. The good people who pay into the West Yorkshire Pension Fund, from firefighters to school teachers, are not, I seem to have lost my place here, do not deserve a future secured by a hellish present. For the WYPF to continue to invest in arms, fossil fuels, big banking, and dubious tech, That is in direct conflict with their professed commitment to environmental, social, and governance factors. With its 19.65 billion pounds of assets under management, the WYPF is well positioned to set an example for what truly ethical investment looks like. If the hope is that what we invest in grows, what kind of world are we materializing by putting money and resources in the hands of those who benefit from war, inequality, and a sick biosphere? Following an FOI request raised by the PSC in October 2024, £955,125,426.77 of investments are sitting with the likes of BAE Systems, Lockheed Martin, IBM, HSBC, and Barclays. BAE Systems has supplied Israel with F-35 bombers, artillery shells, and additional military-grade supplies. This goes beyond merely doing business when sources ranging from the BBC to Mondo Weiss and Amnesty International have demonstrated that the IDF has since loaded these artillery shells with white phosphorus. This contention, of course, has been denied by Israel. However, the use of white phosphorus in densely populated areas is, as we understand, restricted under international humanitarian law. Then we have Lockheed Martin, which has been supplying arms to Israel since 1971. The horrors in Palestine have been particularly advantageous to these two examples, with rallying stock prices and increased executive bonuses. Now, I can stand here and give you a plethora of statistics and expound upon the impact of this complicity. But my reason for being here today is neither to chide nor to lecture, and certainly not to conflate truth and opinion. It is simply a matter of, in saving for our futures, what world are we creating in the present? Will divestment from these companies and this one pension group stop these atrocities? Probably not. But the ripples created by one group being brave and aligned with their values provide a template, an example for others to follow. And will a wave of us coming together make a difference? We must believe it before it is done and act in ways that assume that what we do can make a difference. Else we cannot have the kind of world we deserve, where everyone is safe and cared for, regardless of the identities they hold. Let us keep firmly in mind that the ICJ has, at the minimum, indicated the plausibility of genocide in Gaza. Whatever the courts decide, we collectively still have a duty of conscience and care. The international world order has proven itself ineffective in deterring these violent realities, so we must pool the power afforded to us by our influence, our decisions, and our resources. It starts here. Thank you.
Councillor Flint.
I move that the matter be referred to the Strategy and Resources Directorate for consideration and consultation with the relevant exec member.
Councillor Farley.
Second, Lord Mayor.
So one to second. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would all members please ensure that they are in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the motion to refer the deputation in the name of Councillor Dobson. Members should refer to their desk unit, please, and press the green button marked yes or plus to vote in favour, the red button marked no or minus to vote against, and the yellow button marked abstain or 0 to abstain, please.
Okay. So, present 99, yes 64, 2 abstentions, and no for 22. So that is carried. So thank you. Thank you for coming to today's meeting. Officers from the relevant department will be in contact with you in due course, and have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm now going to move on to the procedural motion. Councillor Flint, please.
I move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for a vote. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried.
Of Council Procedure Rule 10.5, specifically relating to the suitability of Deputation 4. And there are 3 points I'd like to make, Lord Mayor. Firstly, it's absolutely right in a free and democratic society that anyone is able to come and express their views in this chamber to their elected members. Whether we agree with them or not is not the point. Everyone should be able to come and do that. But it is right that we also have this Council Procedure Rule to ensure that what is said and the specifics of it are acceptable. And in my view, that hasn't happened in this case. So there are 2 issues. One, in the context and the speech of the deputation, there was clearly applying double standards by requiring of Israel a behaviour not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. That is in direct breach of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. And the second point I would make, Lord Mayor, is the ask is potentially unlawful in terms of what's required of the West Yorkshire Pension Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb, for raising the point of order, and I have previously taken advice on the matter. I do not consider that there has been a breach of Council procedure rules, and I will now move on to the next item. Agenda item number 5, recommendations of Executive Board Leeds Community Safety Strategy for 2024 to 2027. Councillor Harland.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to move the Leeds Community Safety Strategy 24 to 27, which replaces the former Safer Stronger Communities plan. Whatever our political differences, we all want the same thing for our local communities, to be places where people feel safe and are safe where individuals and families can thrive. We all want Leeds to be a safe and welcoming city where residents and visitors alike can go about their business without interference and without fear. This strategy is all about how we as a Safer Leeds partnership can ensure that that is the case. It sets out what we will tackle and how, as well as making sure support is put in place for those who fall victim to crime and those who perpetrate crime and antisocial behaviour. Reducing reoffending rates is something we are keen to tackle, as it is key to bringing about real change. There are particular areas of focus within the report: hate crime, drugs, drugs and substance abuse, violent and sexual crimes, as well as domestic violence and abuse, are just a few of them. These are all issues that have no place in our city, and the strategy underlines our commitment to eradicating them. Last month we met Hate Crime Awareness Week, where we came together to confront the issue and its devastating impact on individuals and our communities across the city. This year's focus in Leeds is hate crime based on race. Unfortunately, hate crime motivated by race remains a serious problem across the UK. Ethnically diverse communities continue to face unacceptable hostility and prejudice. There is no place for this in our city. Leeds is a vibrant and diverse and culturally rich, and we are proud of this. We celebrate the many cultures, languages and communities that make Leeds the fantastic city we all know and love, and a great place to live in. I'm proud of how well our Safer Leeds partnership works. The relationships we have built have meant that we truly do work in a Team Leeds way to achieve our shared ambitions. Lord Mayor, I look forward to hearing what people have to say and move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Harlan. Councillor Hamilton.
Lord Mayor, I'm delighted to second the community safety strategy as it set out how our community safety partnership will address key issues that matter to the people of Leeds. Fundamental to this strategy is that it has been written through consultation, the Your Voice survey, undertaken by the West Yorkshire Combined Authority, asked Leeds residents for their perception of safety and the issue that matters to them the most when it comes to community safety. The result of this survey have helped shape the strategy. We have also worked alongside community groups and third sector partners, as well as various groups and networks that represent our diverse communities, in addition to partners and stakeholders such as the police, fire and rescue service, and our own safeguarding boards. What this has meant is that the strategy actually reflects what the priorities are for people who live and work in Leeds. This is not a plan that has been written by people with no direct engagement, but instead is a plan that has been directly formed by the communities it serves. Furthermore, the draft report was presented to the Environment, Housing and Community Scrutiny Board before it went to Executive Board for further comments and input. Scrutiny were hugely supportive and in particular offer further support around the hate crime priorities, and I am delighted to say they have picked that up as a work stream and will be considering it at their next month's meeting. Community safety is something that matters to all of us. It impacts on all our communities, and so it is vital that the plan we have in place work for our communities. I believe this strategy does just that. We have listened to what people have said and produced a plan that aims to tackle the issue that matters the most to them. As always, this will be monitored, and I am hopeful that we will see the positive impact of the measures outlined in this report reflect back, not just in crime figures, but also in what our residents are telling us about life in Leeds. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking on the Leeds Community Strategy 2024-27 report. As ward members, we all know our own localities in quite a level of detail, as well as the specific issues faced by our residents. In Wetherby and the outer north east, one of the main bugbears of residents is that of the whole gambit of local transport, as well as perceived unsolved crimes. This covers everything from speeding motorists who drive too fast and aren't caught by the police, too fast for the weather road and traffic conditions on country lanes, which can be poorly lit or even unlit. It also covers antisocial parking from motorists who think the rules don't apply to them. For a number of years now, Wetherby and Harewood wards have worked jointly to fund additional road policing patrols as a road safety initiative in our area to catch those motorists who blatantly flout those rules. We also get complaints from residents of the poor public transport links from Leeds to Wetherby and beyond. Tales of buses that are cancelled or late or just fail to turn up at all, and what have been dubbed as ghost buses. And this is for the timetable services. There are many complaints about the lack of service too. Late starts in the morning, early evening finishes, and huge gaps between buses, meaning sometimes very vulnerable people cannot use public transport to get to work and are left standing on roadside verges for hours on end. To that end, my Lord Mayor, in Wetherby and separately in Boston Spa and the other villages, Councillor Lamb and I have established a monthly road safety meeting attended by council officers, parish councils and open to the public to attend. These are in addition to the packed meetings that we hold with the local police. We are happy to discuss all issues concerning policy of policing, transport and road safety with residents as they see fit to raise with us. To date, they have been well attended, receiving good feedback on the matters discussed. The spectre of parking charges being levied in district car parks, such as those in Wetherby, will only make antisocial parking in the town worse, and this is being brought up by residents in our meetings. It's a sad fact that people will either avoid paying for parking or by seeing an area that is free, they will boycott coming to our town at all. Both eventualities are devastating in their own ways, and the lack of footfall could have dire consequences for independent businesses and shops on our high street. We have recently seen that extra parking enforcement from the council in our town has reaped many benefits and has been applauded by local residents and businesses alike, and we thank the council for that. This is community engagement at its very best. We know these issues mean a lot to local people, and we are actively engaged in working with the community to come up with solutions. I'm sorry if this all sounds anti-driver or anti-car, it's not at all. We welcome careful drivers who stick to speed limits, who don't park on pavements, making pavements a dangerous place for people with disabilities to walk. We want to look out for pedestrians who don't cause noise or problems by parking where they shouldn't, because by working to remove these issues, we can help keep our community safe. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following on from contributions from previous councillors, I am looking forward to looking at hate crime in closer detail as a Scrutiny Board Chair. But one of the things that we also need to look at in terms of making sure that our police services and the partnerships that support our police service are doing the utmost that they can do. We can't just focus on one particular aspect of it. I know that a lot of people today are wearing white ribbons to show their support to end violence against women and girls. But that is only part of the fight to ensure that women are not discriminated against. And the wiser misanthropy needs to be addressed. And the institutional barriers need to be addressed. And when we're looking at our community safety strategy, we can't afford to just focus on the aspects that are the most apparent in terms of being able to stop it. So when we talk about hate crime, we shouldn't just be thinking about assault. We should always be thinking about low-level so-called behaviours, which are just as discriminatory and have just as deeper effect on people with equality characteristics. So, for instance, when we're talking to our police services, and we talk about pavement parking, as Councillor Harrington mentioned just now, oftentimes the response that we get is, well, there are higher profile crimes that we need to focus our attention on. And many people will think, well, at a time of adjusted resources, that's a reasonable response. But if you're a person who is disabled and you cannot leave your front door and you cannot access your local facilities and amenities, it actually has a much bigger impact on your life, and for you, that should be a higher priority for police to pay attention to when it is reported to them. And it's that kind of feedback, Lord Mayor, where a community safety partnership needs to make sure that we're also carrying the voice of our residents alongside the voices of our partners to make sure that they all have equal value when we're looking at making sure that we have our limited resources
addressed appropriately and evenly across the district. And hopefully this can help to deliver a much more accountable service as we develop it under the Mayor of West Yorkshire and the way that she decides how resources are shared out. And I look forward to working with them in the future. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Galton. Councillor Taylor.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor. I would like to speak on community strategy safety for 24-27. As Chair of West Yorkshire Police and Crime Panel, I would like to highlight the important work of our police officers in fostering community cohesion and ensuring that safety, well-being of all residents. And can I point, police will be there where they needed to be, and they are there where they needed to be to keep our community safe. Our police officers shows unwavering dedication and commitment, often going above and beyond the call of duty. Their effort in building trust and strong relationship within our diverse community have been exemplary. They not only maintain law and order, but also play a crucial role in bringing people together, fostering a sense of unity and respect. But they do not work in a vacuum. Our Safety Leeds Executive is a partnership organization bringing together Leeds City Council, West Yorkshire Police, Public Health, West Yorkshire Fire Rescue, West Yorkshire Probation, HM Service, and voluntary and community sectors. I believe it is one of the best examples of our partnership working approach can work and bring about real changes. The report itself states that building trust and confidence in community safety and our partnership work arrangement is crucial to ensure people have confidence in providing community information and reporting incidents and crime. I think we are achieve whatever there is. Of course, there are more to do by building and maintaining trust and confidence is a job that will continue. Leeds has become safely more cultural diverse over the past decade. There's a brilliant work to progress our intercultural city ambition and maintain strong community cohesion. We are working hard to support the recruitment of a more diverse police force, one that better impresses the community it's present. This not only improves trust and communication, but also enhances effectiveness of our policing. Our residents must see themselves reflecting in the officers and the street. It is vital that we are recognizing the value, strength, and contribution of our diverse community by engaging with communities and using the lived experience of its members so we can better shape future service and continue to build stronger relationships. I have every confidence that the Safer Leeds Partnership will continue to operate in the way it does, with all partners working to ensure Leeds City, where everyone is safe and feels safe, not only on the street, but also in their home. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I begin by thanking Councillor Harland and linking that thanks to all the people who work in Safer Leeds in the different facets of the organisation, because it is a success story. I'll come on to why I think it could be in jeopardy in a moment. It's a success story. I was privileged to be able to hear all the Safer Communities teams across West Yorkshire give an in-camera presentation last week. And as I said, it was in camera. I'm not going to divulge what was said, except there is an acceptance that a lot of progress has been made, more needs to be done, and critical to the success is the collaborative working of the safety teams with the police across West Yorkshire. One area of particular concern to members in a number of wards across the city is working in silos, not talking one authority to another, and that has got better, but there's more to be done, and that's accepted. But working together with West Yorkshire Police is critical. At the Police and Crime panel on Friday, we had a very, very useful meeting. In fact, the most useful I've been to, and I've been to all of them since I was put on the panel. We were able to question the finance officer for West Yorkshire Police about the impact of national insurance. Now, I should tell you, West Yorkshire Police are predicting a deficit this financial year, the next financial year, and the next financial year, through to the end of this strategy. Under pressure, the finance officer was forced to accept that the worst case scenario with the NIC increase is an extra cost of £11 million pounds per year, 33 million in total over the period of this plan. It's a worst case scenario, let me stress that, but £33 million is a lot of money. The Deputy Mayor jumped in and said, of course we are making representations. To which I replied, join the queue, it goes half the way down Whitehall. Either the Chancellor didn't understand what the impact of the national insurance surcharge would be on the public sector, or she didn't care. It's one of the two. There were no excuses, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The police will be, worst case scenario, £30 million worse off over 3 years. And that means less money for cooperative working. What do you propose to do about it?
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Councillor Carlisle.
Lord Mayor, friends, UK crime stats show a generally steady fall over the past generation, but not this past year, when we've seen a 10% increase. It feels like there's an unprecedented desperation and squeeze in our communities right now, with many feeling overshadowed by crime and antisocial behaviour, especially in low-income communities where people are twice as likely to experience crime as in affluent areas. We need to keep reaching long-term for a better society, a restorative justice system, more youth and community work, well-resourced local policing and more. But these will take time and lie largely beyond our control. However, there are things we can easily do now. First, what can we do to shift public perception and build trust? Safer Leeds aims to enable people not only to be safe, but to feel safe. Safety and a sense of it is a bedrock for living a good life. But conversely, as Franklin D. Roosevelt noted, fear itself is our enemy. It paralyses us, it crushes us. To quote another esteemed politician, John Battle, what can we do to nurture hope? If communities feel that we, the council, police and other authorities have their back, they're far more likely to help to tackle these issues. And more than that, research shows that people will have a substantially different lived experience, even if the problems persist. We, the council and other big institutions, need to invest more time and energy in nurturing positive open dialogue and relationship with our communities. Too often people say they've given up reporting crime because they hear nothing back and nothing seems to happen, even if that's not actually the case. Better communication is crucial to build confidence, positivity and enhance community cooperation. Second, international events are clearly shaping local community relations and safety. A range of minority communities are feeling vulnerable. We need to stretch ourselves to keep reaching out to others, especially with those we disagree with. And together, rooted in those relationships, we all have a responsibility to seek and amplify truth. The media, mainstream and social, is not neutral. We need to work hard to de-escalate divisions and to bust myths and misinformation that can easily fuel fear and antagonism. And finally, we can innovate and make good things happen. These shouldn't be needed, but we've recently got self-defence classes going in our area, offering practical skills and improving local people's resilience and confidence. Increasingly, we also have local businesses clubbing together to tackle crime together. And here's a final idea. Simply by talking with one another, we can all build stronger, safer communities. Could we as council orchestrate a yearly, weekend-long Leeds Hang Out with Your Neighbours event? Is anyone in for that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlisle. Councillor Maloney.
Lord Mayor, I welcome the refreshed community safety strategy. There is one area in particular I would like to speak on, and that is the safety of women. I'm a young woman who lives and works right here in the centre of Leeds. I'm proud to be a councillor representing my fantastic ward of Beeston and Holbeck. I'm proud to be a waitress, part of Leeds' exciting nightlife, and I love being a keen runner. Hitting our city's pavements has been great for my physical and mental health. These are simple journeys, to and from work or for the sake of my health. Yet often these journeys feel unsafe. I have been sexually assaulted. I have been chased. I have been harassed, and I have been shouted at by men. This sounds and feels shocking to say today here in the chamber, but it's the everyday reality for so many women. Our perception of safety is often on such high alert in ways our male friends, family and colleagues may never experience. That is why I'm so pleased to hear about the Walk and Talk pilot that has been introduced by West Yorkshire Police. The scheme invites women aged 18 and above to meet with local PCSOs to show them the areas where they feel unsafe. Hearing from women firsthand, listening to their experiences. It's a really positive step forward, and these conversations are a vital part of this work. PCSOs can pick up on themes and locations through the lens of our perception of safety and our perception of vulnerability. This is only part of the work that is being undertaken to address women's safety in Leeds. Again, as someone who's so proud of her hospitality background, I hope you're all aware now of the Ask for Angela scheme. A scheme mulled out across Leeds designed to provide help to anyone in an uncomfortable situation in any particular venue. I'd also urge you all to download the Walk Safe Leeds app, a free app to share your location with trusted contacts and safety alerts if in need of any help. This is all fantastic work, and there's always still work to do. But if we not only keep listening to the voices of women, but acting on women's voices, we will continue to work towards making sure every single woman and girl in Leeds is safe and feels safe. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney, and thanks for sharing that with us. We've got a change here, so it will be Councillor Cohen before Councillor Halland sums up, please. Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And before I move into the body of what I want to say, can I just say, isn't it outrageous in today's Leeds that young women cannot walk around our city without feeling harassed, about feeling unsafe? I know my own daughters regularly talked about how they hold their phones in a particular way in case they need to use them as a weapon. It's just outrageous. As a dad of 4 daughters, it's a sobering thought of what our city and indeed what our country and beyond has become. My Lord Mayor, it is incredibly appropriate that this report comes to us during Anti-Muslim Prejudice Awareness Month. And can I thank the team for the work that they have done today in making sure they bring that, as if we weren't already, but making sure it's at the forefront of all of our minds. Lord Mayor, it's not just enough that we make commitments in reports in relation to issues like this. What will speak loud, what will speak proud, are the actions we take to ensure that not one of us tolerates bigoted, radicalised, outrageous, unacceptable behaviour. It's not acceptable that too many people in our city feel unsafe as they move through our city. It's not acceptable that I walk through town and regularly get accused of killing babies. It's just not acceptable. I don't come to town anymore with my family because odds are I am going to have abuse shouted at me just because I wear a yarmulke. I have Muslim friends who are in almost the exact same situation purely because how they are dressed. It is just not acceptable in our modern, diverse city. We cannot, we should not, we must not tolerate it. There are too many occasions, and I'm almost reluctant to say it, but there are too many occasions where Leeds has become a no-go area because there are marches that are legitimate protest where too often are straying into outright Jew hatred. And that's not acceptable and needs to be policed appropriately. Every one of us, rather like safeguarding, every one of us has a duty where we see intolerance to call it out, to act on it. We must make sure, we are obliged to make sure that this city is welcoming to all and truly a home to all. We have a long way to go, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cohen. I will now call on Councillor Hallen to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Oh, I've got red and green. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Dan, for that contribution. Truly heartfelt, and I look forward to working with you closely on the cohesion strategy going forward. That would be really good. Okay, so thanks everyone for your contributions this afternoon. It is such an important subject, and I was really pleased that so many of you took the opportunity to speak. But as ever, we'll, with 3 minutes, cut down a little bit further, even more now, but I won't get around to everybody, but thanks very quickly. Councillor Taylor, thank you for your work as Chair of the Police and Crime Panel and for drawing attention to the vital work undertaken by our police officers, both in terms of crime prevention and community cohesion, despite 14 years of underfunding and underinvestment under the last government. You are right to highlight how good partnership working can bring about positive change, and I'm as proud as you are of our Safer Leeds executive and the work they undertake, and I look forward to working with Councillor Carter on that. I also look forward to working with Councillor Galton and his scrutiny. As an ex-scrutiny chair, I know exactly how important scrutiny is about influencing policy and strategy going forward. Councillor Maloney, thank you for sharing your first-hand experience of what it can be like to be a woman walking alone and feeling unsafe. I know that this is an area you are passionate about, and I welcome your support as we work with our partners to make the changes necessary to enable women to feel safer. And linked to that, I would like to comment briefly on the White Ribbon campaign that you all saw in the antechamber as you walked in. The White Ribbon movement started 35 years ago in Canada and has become the globally recognised symbol to end men's violence against women and girls. White Ribbon Day is the 25th of November and it marks the start of 16 days of action. Each year there is a different theme, and for 2024 that theme is It Starts With Men. What that means is that eradicating violence against women and girls must start with changing the attitudes and behaviours of those men who commit such acts. But it also underlines the importance of male allies, the fact that those of us who wear the white ribbon, and I'm delighted to see so many men wearing them today, commit to not only wear and never undertaking to commit violence against women, but also to challenging any behaviours that are unacceptable. I hope you all took the time before coming into the chamber today to look for the information provided, pick up a white ribbon and make your promise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hallen. I will now call for a vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. And just to say thank you, Councillor Hesselwood, for all the work on the white ribbon. So all the men, you're all meant to put your white ribbon on today. I'm asking for a picture of all the male members this afternoon, please, if you don't mind. And I can tell those who are not having any on. So thank you very much. All male members, very important today. Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 6, recommendations of Executive Board Youth Justice Service Plan for 2024 to 27. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to introduce the Youth Justice Plan for 2024 to 2027. We want to make Leeds the best city for all our children and young people to grow up in. And wasn't it wonderful to start our meeting today with the deputation of our children's mayor? She spoke amazingly, eloquently and clearly, and we have real hope for the future with our young people. This plan sets out how we aim to prevent crime in the city and how we will support those young people who, for a variety of complex reasons, come into contact with the criminal justice system. I would like to thank all the excellent staff and services who support this important work. The Leeds Youth Justice Plan champions a child-first approach, recognising that children are children before they are offenders. It contains our commitment to working with young people and their families in order to achieve the best outcomes. The report refers to the rigorous Joint Targeted Area Inspection, or JTI, carried out earlier this year. It highlighted the commendable efforts of this council and our partners to keep children and young people safe from serious youth violence and criminal exploitation. The JTI speaks of the dedication of all those involved in programmes to help children who might be at risk, who work relentlessly, and I quote here, relentlessly and passionately with children and families to reduce risks and inspire and divert children away from serious youth violence. We're doing a lot of things well in Leeds, but there's always room to do better. The actions that have been taken forward from the JTI will be supported by the Youth Justice Plan, and there are coordinated efforts around improving the sharing of information and data to align overarching goals of reducing custody rates, preventing exploitation and supporting family involvement, which we know provides a fundamental protective factor. Our Youth Justice Service staff are also joining with partners across Leeds to work to become a trauma-informed city. It is estimated that 20%, nearly 20%, so that's 1 in 5 children in Leeds, live in households with any of the so-called toxic trio of domestic violence, parental mental health, or parental substance abuse. And there's far too many living with all 3 of those toxic causes. So becoming trauma-informed is crucial to understanding the difficulties that children may have with their relationships, engagement at school, engagement at school and their behaviour. It also allows youth justice staff to better support and advocate for them. This supports our enduring focus on early intervention and prevention. The service will continue to work closely with our family help hubs, schools, parents, carers and community organisations to identify young people at risk and provide the support they need before issues escalate. Targeted partnership work is important because children involved with the youth justice system most often have underlying vulnerabilities. We know, for example, that our children looked after are disproportionately represented in the youth justice system, as are black and ethnic minority children. I was delighted to join an event at the Hunslet Youth Justice Centre a couple of weeks ago with Councillor Jenkins for Black History Month, which showcased the work of the interventions team. The great range of cooking sessions, it was really good food, ICT and art that celebrated Black British figures for young people to take part in. We know the difference made by our fantastic teams and projects like this. We are committed to working directly with partners in communities and listening to children and young people in order to understand their background and experiences so we can better support their education, health and social care needs. This Youth Justice Plan represents a strong and dynamic commitment to children and young people, to families and communities, and I'm proud and pleased to move this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayden. Councillor Jenkins.
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to second this report on the Youth Justice Plan and the need to tackle inequality and racial disproportionality. The Youth Justice Plan champions a child-first approach, recognising that they should always be seen as children, that it's important to see the whole child, their vulnerabilities and the influences on them. This principle is also fundamental in addressing inequality and racial disproportionality, as it ensures that every child is treated as an individual with unique needs and potential. It is clear from the Race and Identity Plan that is published alongside the plan that a great deal of work is taking place around tackling this issue and targeting specific areas of disproportionality where this arises. A good example is the targeted work being done with the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller community. Recognising the unique challenges faced by these communities, specific interventions have been developed working with the third sector organisations such as Catch that include culturally sensitive mentoring programmes, work with schools and community engagement activities designed to build trust and understanding. I'd also like to highlight the Leeds Youth Justice Service's highly successful partnership with PATH, Yorkshire. PATH is a local community organisation which develops work placements for minority ethnic communities to develop their skills and enhance their chances in life. The PATH programme provides trainees with the experience and skills they need to successfully apply for a job within the youth justice or a related field. The Youth Justice Service currently has 5 employees who started their youth justice career as a PATH trainee. Other trainees have found employment in youth work, family support or prevention projects. It's a means by which the Youth Justice Service in Leeds can address the structural disadvantages many people from ethnic diverse communities face in the jobs market. Importantly, it also ensures that the service has a diverse workforce that meets the needs of children and families from all communities. It is this kind of innovative, positive practice that we need in order to tackle disparities in our youth justice system. And finally, to note another welcome, hopeful reform by government, whereby Susanna Hancock of the Youth Justice Board has been commissioned to lead a 3-month independent review into the placement of girls in custody. Currently, there are 10 in the whole country, and none, thank God, at Wetherby. But this is something that I'm passionate about and think it's absolutely wrong that children should be in prison at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Goodall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, even. As part of the Children and Families Scrutiny Board, I'd first like to thank everyone involved in this vital work. It's great to see work on restorative reparative justice. Just in case there's anyone who doesn't know what that is, it's the focus on the needs of the victim and the offender, as well as the involved community. I was delighted to speak to a police officer recently who studied this as part of her dissertation around restorative justice and said just how much evidence there is that restorative justice really works. The report also notes the focus on avoiding custodial sentences. When you look at community sentencing, the 1-year reoffending rates in England and Wales after prison are 39%, and after a community sentence, they're 28%. When a sentence is custodial, more rehabilitation is needed. Looking at different countries, Norway, after 2 years, the reoffending rate is 17.6%. They have the most fantastic system of rehabilitation in prisons. The US is 52.9%, not such a good system. The UK, after 1 year, has a reoffending rate of 38.9%. The report also highlights the importance of education, and I would include in that work experience, something we've talked about on the board recently. People who have been involved in work experience if they're allowed on day release to do work experience during their sentence, are far less likely to reoffend afterwards. With young people, that means it's vital to make sure they get the best education possible, but also to give them work opportunities, and it's great to see that mentioned in the report. The report highlights the impact of poverty on the families with whom the service works. It also highlights that there's been a growth in children being exploited into serious organised crime. I've spoken to primary school teachers in Leeds who are having to deal with their students being drawn into county lines, for example. It's such a massive worry. One of the greatest causes of poverty, which can lead to youth violence, currently is the 2-child benefit cap, introduced by the Conservatives and retained by Labour. Data provided by the End Child Poverty Coalition shows that removing the cap would lift 250,000 children across the UK out of poverty. I would urge our Labour colleagues to lobby the government to remove this cap. While the cap remains in place, the Council needs to do all it can to alleviate its negative effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodall. I will now call on Councillor Hayden to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that contribution. Councillor Jenkins, thank you for seconding this important report and for emphasising the child first approach we have to youth justice, and for your passion and commitment to our children and young people who find themselves caught up in the youth justice system. It sits well with our child-friendly Leeds values and our commitment to work with young people alongside their families in order to achieve the best outcomes. You're right that the Youth Justice Service is doing a great work to target disproportionality and to improve opportunities for children and young people, and we will continue to work hard on this. Councillor Goodall, you're absolutely right about education and work experience being a fundamental way of rehabilitating, bringing down reoffending rates. So I'd like to highlight the work of the Skill Mill, which is incredible and gives young people in the justice system a supported work placement for 6 months. Accreditation has been developed for a range of youth justice service activities, including reparation projects, gardening, cooking, joinery, and other independent living skills and experiences that they can then use when seeking future employment opportunities. We also heard recently about the Youth Justice Board about the turnaround, work of the turnaround team. We started in November 22, and the work that they are doing with young people sees a 1% reoffending rate, and I am in conversations about keeping that incredible work going, and the evidence is really stark about how focusing on the whole child, as Councillor Jenkins said, and all those factors that come into bringing children into the criminal justice system. And I want to say here now that children are brought into the world of criminality, and they're brought into the world of criminality sometimes by older young people, but by adults mainly. And we have to recognise that. If violence against women and children is going to be, if we're going to start with men, we have to start with adults and their behaviours before criminalising our children who are the victims of this kind of exploitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hayden. I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 7, recommendations of Executive Board Gambling Act 2005 Statement of Licensing Policy. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In moving the Gambling Act 2005 Statement of Licensing Policy, I'd like to start by giving a huge thank you to all members who serve on the licensing board, and in particular to Councillor Gibson for chairing the board and doing an excellent job for a number of years now in terms of that work. But I'd also like to extend thanks to the officers who support the work of the licensing board as well, and I know hopefully they'll be listening to the debate here in the report and know that we're grateful for that work that they undertake on our behalf. The licensing board find themselves dealing with a wide variety of issues and always act in the best interests of the people of Leeds. The paper today reports on the 3-yearly review and consultation that we're required to undertake to ensure our policies fit for purpose. A lot of the covering paper focuses on gambling harm, and it is right to do so. In Leeds, we have a long considered gambling harm to be a public health issue, and we have in place a broad range of support for those suffering, their families and those at risk. Our approach has been recognised nationally by both the Local Government Association and the Gambling Commission, and is a key reason we now host 2 treatment services in the city. Key to our approach has been the establishment of the Leeds Gambling Harms Group, which pulls together officers from entertainment licensing, public health, financial inclusion, together with external partners, including Citizens Advice, GamCare, Leeds Community Gambling Service, and the NHS Northern Gambling Service. It's through this group that we have managed to lead the way in supporting and intervention services. I know that there has been some excellent member training recently delivered, for which I've had some really positive feedback. And so I'll move the report and look forward to comments from members of council, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And of course, I'm very pleased to second this report. I think at first glance, the updates in this report may seem relatively small, but in actuality, what these updates are a continuation of the Council's commitment to tackling poverty and inequality and improving the quality of life for everybody who calls Leeds home. Because this report is imbued with an understanding and concern that gambling can cause harm, and that some people are more vulnerable to harm through gambling than others. Likewise, the statement also affirms the Council's commitment to do what we can to try and prevent harm through gambling. Now, the Council hasn't just written a statement of licensing policy, it's also been really proactive. We've heard a little bit from Councillor Cooper about some of the initiatives, but two that weren't mentioned were the Beat the Odds campaign and also some of the outreach work we do in schools as well, which is really innovative. So I really don't think actually it's an exaggeration to say that Leeds is a leading city in tackling gambling harms. And of course, I'd really like to say a huge thank you to Entertainment Licensing for all the sterling work they do, and of course the leadership of Councillor Cooper as well. But I do think that we have to be realistic about the scale of the challenge and the limited role as a council that we can play. And one area that really highlights the scale of the challenge is the gambling advertising. And I'm going to give you some statistics now that really sort of serve as a case in point. So the gambling industry generated a profit of £14.2 billion in 2020, of which 60% was generated from 5% of customers. And it spends a whopping £1.5 billion a year on advertising. So what gambling reform campaigners are really clear about is that there's a sophisticated online advertising that is targeted persistently at a very small group of people that are either suffering from or, of course, very much at risk of gambling harm. And that includes 40,000 people in our city that fall into these categories. And there's one heartbreaking case that I read about that really stands out. And Ryan Mears sadly took his own life due to gambling addiction. But for weeks after, his Facebook, his emails were bombarded with gambling adverts because he'd not placed a bet in a couple of weeks. So, and now the last government, without getting too political, we try not to be political on licensing, but the last government did kick this into the long grass. In fact, Stuart Andrew, he was a Leeds MP. He did say that he wasn't going to do anything to reform gambling advertising because there was a lack of evidence. And I don't think that's the case. I really do welcome Labour's manifesto pledges. They've pledged to reduce gambling-related harm, reform gambling legislation and strengthen protections. So I really do look forward to national legislation that's going to really take a grip of this issue and tackle it head-on going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's fair to say that the Leeds policy on gambling is an exemplar of good practice. That's recognised, I think, across the board. And I'd like to thank Councillor Gibson and for his chairmanship, and also the fact that I particularly enjoy the subcommittees because they're great. You meet all sorts of different people from all sorts of walks of life, and they're excellent at explaining what the city is all about. Now, the 3-yearly review, which has just been concluded, resulted in some relatively minor changes to this policy, with only 3 responses from the consultation, from the Betting and Gaming Council, from GamCare and the Talaras Luxury Leisure. Although the number of young people who have a gambling problem has apparently risen in the last year from 0.7% to 1.5%. I think this is a significant number. But as I was looking into this subject, I came across some other information which I thought was quite interesting, because there we are, it's in black and white. Several cabinet ministers, including Rachel Reeves, have accepted gifts from betting firms and the like. Rachel Reeves took £20,000 in donations from gambling bosses to fund her private office. Jonathan Reynolds, the business secretary, accepted £3,457 in match day hospitality, and Louise Haig, the transport secretary, received tickets for a match between Barnsley and Sheffield Wednesday. I can only assume this was meant as a punishment. But so we should all keep our consciences clean in this matter, shouldn't we? Not accept money from these sources if we think it's going to impinge on our ability to respond to the problems, particularly as the rise in young people's gambling problems from 0.7 to 1.5 is a big increase, and one we should keep our eyes on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So according to the Gambling Commission, 2.5% of adults suffer from addiction to gambling and problems associated with it. That's as many as 1.5 million people across the UK. The 2020 YouGov Treatment and Support Survey report stated that 13% of the UK population experience some type of gambling harm. That's approximately 3.5 million people. The gambling industry, as we've already heard, is over £14 billion industry, luring people in with a promise to get rich quick. But as the old adage goes, the house always wins. Gambling not only harms those directly involved, those that suffer around them, that are the family, the friends, and the communities. It's not only a financial burden and financial cost, but it affects people physically with their physical health, and it also affects people with their mental health. The recent Leeds City Council gambling harms training reminded us that bookmakers and online casinos have a known history of targeting people from low incomes. And if you haven't been on that training, I'd advise everyone to go on that training. As we look around Leeds, this becomes more and more evident. Areas like Gipton and Hare Hills, Hunslet and Riverside, Hyde Park, Armley, all have a higher than average concentration of bookmakers and gambling outlets, along with the pawn shops and the off-licenses that often go hand in hand. They might bring a little bit of benefit to the local economies, but the harms vastly outweigh. Our communities suffer and our communities lose out. So as a council, if we want to improve the lives of our communities, then we have to be responsible in granting licenses to the businesses designed to exploit the very communities we aim to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Lay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a healthcare professional, none of this is going to surprise you, I suspect. Like others, I believe that gambling and gambling harm is a public health crisis, and we need to do something about it. Gambling was once a tightly regulated activity in the UK, and for good reason. In March, I attended the gambling harms training for elected members, along with many of you. And I spoke at our March council meeting about the harm of gambling off the back of that training. And I shall take every opportunity, including this one, to continue to highlight the harm liberalising gambling has done. The UK is now one of the largest gambling markets in the world, following years of liberalisation. We see an industry that has expanded to extreme levels, placing profit before the well-being of individuals, their family and friends, and our communities. The impact is unmistakable. From our homes to our sports fields, gambling is becoming a troubling fixture in daily life. And one of the most concerning trends in this surge in gambling is gambling ads on TV, online and across social media, targeting audiences of all ages. These ads no longer restricted to post-watershed hours, exposing young, impressionable minds to gambling as though it was harmless. In Leeds, though, we're taking the issue seriously. In fact, this report's review incorporates strengthening requirements for risk assessments and a focus on identifying localised risks, which should enable the council to manage these risks more effectively across the city. Another key issue is the overwhelming presence of gambling sponsorship in professional sports, especially football. Football shirts, stadium ads, live broadcasts are plastered everywhere with betting logos, embedded gambling in the sporting experience. For young fans, this suggests that betting is an integral part of supporting a team. The council's efforts are attempting to address these social, societal impacts directly. Our public health team and financial inclusion teams have, as Councillor Cooper and Councillor Cooper, to lead initiatives like the Gambling Harms Group, a partnership including various organisations working together. I haven't got much time, have I? Of course, the broader harms to society and individuals of the Gambling Act was aimed to give adults freedom of choice, but instead has led to this public health crisis, with gambling-related harm taking a toll on families and communities. Leeds is doing its best, as already highlighted. It has been recognised by the Local Government Association and Gambling Commission, and it reaffirms our city's leadership in responsible gambling policy. The liberalisation of gambling laws have gone too far. 1 minute, no, not 1 minute, one line. The council's already leading the way, and I will continue to support the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lay. I'll now call on Councillor Cooper to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you everybody for your contributions and thoughts about this report this afternoon. And a number of councillors actually mentioned the training session that I touched on in my introduction, and I'm really pleased that it was so successful and members found it so useful. I know that the amount of information provided by them was quite staggering and really drove home just how much of a problem gambling harm can be, both on the individual and their wider family and friends. And that includes the impact on children that we've talked about quite a lot today as well. And I think that sometimes it is the wider impact that can be overlooked. So I'm really, really pleased that members found that really useful. Just to touch on a couple of things that were mentioned, thank you, Councillor Lay, as ever, for your support in really important issues that we face as a council and continue to work on in partnership, so I'm grateful for that. Councillor Ali talked about the impact on local communities, and I'm sure you're aware, Councillor Ali, about the work that I did in partnership with Councillor Arif and Councillor Ali in Hare Hills to bring about the cumulative impact assessment for some licensing, sale of alcohol and so on that was harming the community there. So I hope that you can get some more information around that and how we work to help communities as well. And Councillor Buckley, you were doing so well, so well. But then you just had to spoil it, didn't you? And start talking about MPs and ministers taking donations and money from gambling organisations. Well, have you looked on your own benches? Have you looked on your own benches? I have to say that they lost the seats. I wonder why they lost the seats. Maybe it was because they were betting on the outcome of the election to start with. You know, you mentioned the Labour MPs and the amounts that they had is absolute drop in the water compared to the 73,000 that Philip Davis, Kevin Hollindrake and Kevin Williams took from gambling organisations during their time as MPs. Thank you, everybody, and I'm sure we'll continue to work together, and Councillor Buckley can perhaps rethink his idea about who's taking money from gambling organisations.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 8, recommendations of Employment Committee, Chief Executive Head of Paid Service. Leader, over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to say congratulations to Ed Whiting, and I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I echo those comments and offer our group's congratulations and formally second the motion.
Thank you. I will now call for the vote. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 9, attendance at meetings. Councillor Flint.
I move in terms of the notice.
Councillor Farley.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call on the vote for this as well. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 10, Councillor, report on appointments. Councillor Flint.
I move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Farley.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Agenda item number 11, annual report plans panels. Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's my pleasure to be moving the Plans Panel annual report, and particularly in what looks like to be the shortest ever Plans Panel annual report this council's ever seen. This is my first annual report I've presented since taking over the portfolio from Councillor Hayden, so I would like to take this opportunity to thank her for her efforts and hard work over the past few years. I would like to, of course, thank all the previous chairs, our current chairs, Councillors Hesselwood, Akhtar, Ray and Gavani, for all of their expert moderation and guiding of meetings. And I'd like to acknowledge Plans Panel members right across the chamber who always have a critical eye and are always striving for the very best of outcomes for the whole city when considering applications which will shape what Leeds looks like for years and decades to come. This is obviously the closest I've been to planning in my time as council, and I'm really enjoying this new experience. It's quite a steep learning curve for me. So I'd of course like to thank all of the officers in our planning department for their continued hard work and dedication in sharing their knowledge and expertise to assist members on all the panels. In the year 23-24, there have been 4,441 housing completions in Leeds. And none of this would have been possible without our planning department, who plays such an important role in shaping our city. Building more and affordable homes is a priority for us, and we're supportive of many of the government's proposals for reform of the National Planning Policy Framework as it strives to deliver more housing and more affordable housing in the areas where it's needed most. We've submitted our response to the government via the consultation and eagerly await further details on the proposed reforms and look forward to working with the government on the finer details. I look forward to hearing comments from members, and I move the Plans Panel annual report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pryor. Councillor Hesselwood.
Lord Mayor, comrades, and can I say it's a privilege to be seconding the Plans Panel annual report today. I'd like to start by extending my thanks to both panel members and officers who support City Plans Panel. As members know, I've been chair of City Plan since just after the elections in May, and in this time the panel has considered some interesting and some challenging applications. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councillor McKenna, who retired in May and was the chair of City Plans for many years. Councillor McKenna oversaw many of the recent city centre developments and leaves a lasting legacy in our city. Thank you, Councillor McKenna. The City Centre Plans Panel has continued to play a key role in supporting the sustained regeneration and investment across the geography of the city centre, despite some challenging and some uncertain market conditions. This is evident on the ground in the sustained renewal of the city centre core, the ongoing transformation of what we call the West End along Wellington Street, and the renewal of the South Bank. More specifically, it's reflected in a wide range of applications for residential development in the city centre, including affordable, build-to-rent, student accommodation and co-living developments. I've lived in Leeds my whole life and remember getting the bus to the city centre as a child, and it was a very different place to what it is today. Even I am quite old, as we all know. There was no student accommodation. You could still drive your car down Briggate, and the Yorkshire Evening Post Tower displayed the date time and the temperature for us all. Well, things have changed slightly in the city centre since then, comrades. And we've recently seen the application for a 100% affordable block of flats on the Quarry Hill site, partly funded by Section 106 Affordable Housing Contributions, which is a block of 78 affordable housing flats and is a great example of how we can deliver affordable housing in the city centre. We've also seen 2 applications for co-living schemes approved in the past 12 months. Both of these applications are high-quality shared accommodation, which include gyms, roof terraces and shared kitchens and dining space, which allow residents to cook and share meals, which is helping to avoid the isolation and loneliness which we know can occur when people live alone. We've also seen the Cartwright House development, which, after panel considered the application, now includes both internal and external play provision, which is a great example of a family-friendly development. I'm running out of time. Student housing development continues to be a strong feature of the city centre development and the wider housing growth and mix. Obviously, those developments are bringing quality through new builds and retention of heritage buildings. What we're also seeing is that traditional student HMOs are being returned to family housing as a result of the migration to the city centre by students, giving a boost to the housing mix and availability of family housing across the city. On city plans, we worked hard to get the best out of all applications and focused on how applications can bring forward multi-use developments and applications, which include housing, but also retail space and employment space, which bring leisure facilities and green space provision and all the city centre has to offer. It's not always easy to get the balance right. However, I do believe in the past year we've had some great successes on the City Plans panel. I'd like to extend my thanks again to panel members and officers for their hard work and dedication, and I look forward to next year and what we can all achieve. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Heselwood. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Carrying on from Councillor Heselwood's speech, I'm lucky enough to occasionally get to be on the West Yorkshire Combined Authority Board. And at that organisation, the government's Brownfield Housing Trust money is distributed to developments which they feel need the extra investment or subsidy to enable things to get built. And I do not cease to be surprised at how many developments go through the Leeds planning process and turn up at the West Yorkshire Combined Authority asking for millions of pounds worth of taxpayers' money to make their development viable, which don't deliver not one penny piece, sometimes, any affordable housing, any benefit to the inclusive growth that this city wants to achieve and has to do so through its planning policy in partnership with other developers. And I think it's a problem that we really need to tackle, because some of these companies are coming to the Combined Authority after they've already had negotiations here about viability, and we've given them the permission to not deliver what our policies ask them, because they say otherwise there'd be no housing built at all. And it feels like some developers are getting double bubble, and they're basically, the builders aren't just being backed, they're being bankrolled. And they're not actually delivering what we hope to achieve. So I'm hoping that in the future we'll find some way of making sure that our conversations that are had at plans panel stage are observed, and perhaps the combined authority might also, be copied in to ensure that once that permission is granted, that the developers aren't going to the next body to get further subsidy, but not delivering anything extra for it. Because, as we know, the public purse is scarce, and we need to make sure that we're spending it effectively. And there are plenty of people who can develop and develop affordable housing, as well as good environmental benefits, and they shouldn't be pushed to one side by developers who get in first and aren't there to give the inclusive growth that we need. And I will point out as well, while I'm here, Councillor Bithell hosted a session as chair of the scrutiny board for IIIG, and that kind of conversation can happen and should continue. I think one of the developers that came there said it was the best conversation he'd had with the council in 26 years. So I really do think that between Councillor Heselwood and Councillor Bithell, we can at least get that conversation started. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and fellow councillors. I'm very happy to be speaking on my first Plans Panel report as the chair of South and West Plans Panel. First of all, I'd like to some thanks to my predecessor, Councillor Bithell, who went on to bigger and better things and left me a rather interesting in-tray of deferred decisions to deal with, resulting in a somewhat short 5.5 to 6 hour meeting for my first meeting. So thank you for that, Councillor Bithell. I was appointed the chair of the South and West Plans Panel this May, but I have been a member of the Plans Panel for the last 5.5 years, with a very short one-year stint on North and East, where Councillor Akhtar obviously showed me how to chair properly. The panel is a complex of is a current mix of old hands and some newer members who are very quickly coming up to speed to deal with the challenges posed to them fulfilling their role in a quasi-judicial fashion rather than just being ward members. It's been an interesting year so far, as I've alluded to, with several very long meetings due to complex applications. Many of these have highlighted some of the ongoing future challenges panel members are now going to face. From questions over dubious viability from developers to the challenges of having regard to complex health needs, members have had to consider some very difficult issues, and indeed, as time goes on, these issues will become more apparent as we progress to be building more and developing more to help grow our economy. Some of these challenges are very understandable from the point of residents, with some very heated interventions from the public during meetings. But some of these interventions have been unacceptable, and the behaviour has deterred from the function of the panel, and unfairly has impacted on not just panel members but the hard-working officers who are trying to fill a very complex role in a difficult and challenging set of circumstances. This has resulted in some changes to the opening script at meetings and the need, sadly, for security at meetings and a much clearer dividing line between the public gallery area and the meetings themselves. It is sad to say that this has to be needed, but elected members and staff must feel safe when carrying out their duties, particularly in some charged cases where some of these applications are. With changes proposed to the National Planning Policy Framework making reasons for refusal of an application harder in future, such conflicts are sadly going to be more likely. Members will also face more challenges as they balance their roles as voices of the communities they serve against their quasi-judicial function in making sure we fulfil our planning duties in line with legislation and case law. We will need to endeavour to be better to explain this to the public and that the challenges that planning panels face while carrying out this duty. We are in interesting times, and we are rightly focused on powering our economy and creating the jobs and the homes for the future to support our growing city and make sure that we can grow the economy to deliver for all. Delivering this change is going to be hard. And again, I would like to end by saying thank you so much to Plan Panel members, current and past, but also to our incredibly hard-working officers working in incredibly difficult circumstances with very tight margins in their budgets.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ray. Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, first of all, congratulations to Councillor Pryor for leading with his chin. If the residents of Pudsey, Rodley, Farsley and Garvley get copies of his comments, they will say, is this really Leeds Planning Committee? Planning is an art, not a science. And so many of the disruptions and arguments that happen could in fact have been massaged away to everyone's almost satisfaction before it comes to unfortunate. And I agree with Councillor Ray's comments about some of the antics I've seen, and some I haven't seen, at plans south and west, which were wholly unacceptable. And I wonder whether those have now been properly dealt with. But there are major issues, and the art is, surely, to bring, you'll never bring everybody with you. Planning is a difficult area, of course, we all know it is. But if people start to think that planning is a two-tier process, in modern parlance, you know, if it's the housing growth team's application, it gets a bit more leeway than Joe Blogg's builder. Sorry, no leeway for either. The rules are the rules. But the most important point I think I can mention today is the prevalence of children's homes across this city and virtually every local authority in the country. We have not done enough to bring forward supplementary planning guidance that protects, in particular, Councillor Campbell, not NIMBYism, but the vulnerable young people who are going to be housed in these premises. It's prescient to be talking about risks to young people today, isn't it, after all the headlines the last few weeks? The council needs to bring forward what measures it can, and I am told by the Deputy Mayor of West Yorkshire, she's spoken to numerous, including all the leaders of the 5 districts, voicing the same fears I've been voicing at planning meetings here when I've attended in the public gallery, and also letters of exchange with senior officers of the council, many of whom are here. It's a serious issue. I don't want to come back into this chamber and single out people and say, why didn't you do more? It's not political at all. In fact, I'll include children's scrutiny. I hope that they will look again at the situation, because if anything we see elsewhere is to go by, we are going to have some serious harm issues to vulnerable young people. It's not good enough to say, oh, it doesn't fall within planning guidance. We have a responsibility here for all those vulnerable young people.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn, and welcome back to Council.
I'm glad to say I've been missed. I'm glad to say I've been missed. They might not be cheering me a bit later on, but Lord Mayor, the thing is, as several people know, I sat on city plans from its inception. With a year off when I was chair of Outer West, and then stayed on it until 5 months ago, and will be back on it after today in future. And I've got to say, I sat on it all that time. I sat on West plans before that, and in my opinion, members do their best to try and push the envelope. Not always helped by from up above, from central government, and I'm not being party political here, but whatever government, we don't always get appreciation. The fact of the matter is, we set lots of applications, we push it, we could sometimes push it harder and push that envelope further, but we push it and we try and get the best result possible for our citizens. And we need to continue to do that. And it's all right, people in Parliament talking about housing numbers and getting the right kind of housing. The fact is, the development industry are only interested in one thing. That is building houses that make lots and lots of money. And it's about profit. And it is not about housing need for citizens of Leeds. And I think we have a duty upon us as members of planning committees to try our best to make sure that we get the right houses in the right place of the right quality. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Actor.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. North and East Plans panel has had another busy year. I would like to thank members of the panel for their continued involvement and scrutiny of decisions made this year. I would also like to thank officers for their unwavering support and dedication. As mentioned in the annual report, the North and East Plans panel has spent a great amount of time considering all three of the sites which form part of East Leeds extension. The panel considered a series of reports before coming to the decisions on applications, which allowed us to have a huge impact on the final application. I am proud to say that these sites provide 700 homes with sustainable drainage to the flood risk as well. Area of open spaces and landscaping, as we know how important green spaces are, not only for the climate and the biodiversity, but also for our physical and mental well-being. The site also provides a mix of units, with many of these being affordable homes, further contributing to the Leeds' excellent track record of housing delivery. In the last 5 years, Leeds has delivered most affordable homes being outside of London, meaning we are also in top 4 local authority areas for overall housing delivery in the country, and responsible for around 1.5% of all new homes in England. Housing delivery is by no means of one-step process, and there are many stages to consider before we are anywhere near on-site bricks and mortar. Meeting housing delivery target takes buy-in from whole housing sector, developers, contractors, multiple council services, including planning, not to be mentioned local buy-in from ward members and communities. I am proud of all the members who have played a huge role making those decisions. And I would like to thank once again our officers for all the hard work they do behind the scene. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Actor. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been an interesting year in planning terms, and as someone who sits on 2 of the 3 plans panel, it gets very interesting at times. But some of the points I'd make to Councillor Pryor, because he's taken over, that's not to criticise the predecessor, but I do think we need more training. There is a number of areas where we are devoid of training, and that we've also had a turnover in terms of the number of people who are on plans panels, and I think we need to do something more about training. And to take up some of the points that Councillor Ray raised, I would ask the question, why are so many applications being deferred? Why, when they're being brought to us, are they not in a position to be approved or not, as the case may be? Why are we deferring so many coming back again? And also, why are we bringing some back to the next plans panel meeting with exactly the same recommendations before and almost exactly the same report as we've had before? It just doesn't seem to be a good idea. This year there has been some excellent developments, particularly where we've replaced old buildings. I think we've done really well to argue to try and get things done, and also to regenerate a number of sites, particularly in the city centre. We've done a great deal to move the city forward. But again, to pick up some other points that have been made, I do think we need to explain to the public a lot more about the processes we use and why, and they do get frustrated because they can't understand why things aren't being said, why things can't be done, why councillors are told not to go down a particular route when they want it to do. So we need to try and explain the process a lot better. And also, one thing I have noticed, having sat on all 3 panels, they're all so different. Now, it's not down just to the chairmanship, but all right, chairpersonship then. For country, does it really make a difference? But the point is, I think you've got to look at why there are so many different ways it's being done, because some are a real delight to be on. Others, you're scared to speak for fear of other people jumping in and trying to tell you what should be in your mind. And I do think that is one of the reasons why the public don't always understand sometimes, because of external influences that are coming along. So, to conclude, I do think that we need to also improve our communication with members. I sit on Development Plans panel. We were given a confidential briefing last week, and so I'm not going to go into what it was actually said. But there's a lot of other councillors are going to be affected by what we were told. So we know something, and more is going to come out in the new year. I think it would have been better to have brought it to all members' attention as quickly as possible. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Gavani.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As another one of the new Plans Panel chairs, I chair Development Plans from May. I'm pleased to be speaking on this annual report. I would like to begin by thanking my predecessor, former Councillor Caroline Gruen, and my thanks also go to the excellent officers who supported the work of this panel, who along with their colleagues do some outstanding work. In former Councillor Gruen's last report to Council, you heard of the work that Development Plans officers were doing on Local Plan Update and Leeds Local Plan 2040. That work is continuing this year. So far, the panel has had reports on both of these, along with the housing need and supply, looked at the responses to proposed changes to the MPPF, and had workshops looking at housing distribution, greenbelt assessment, site assessment methodology and transport. Now, last December, the previous government published a written ministerial statement that effectively meant energy efficiency standards applied locally to houses could not exceed the national standards. Thankfully, a change of government in July brought about a review of the MPPF, and we were able to raise in our response to the consultation our view that there should be high standards for energy efficient and decarbonised homes, rather than the previous national standard that concentrated on decarbonising the grid. And I'm sure, especially Councillor Dye, will be sure that we need to agree on the highest possible energy efficiency standards to meet net zero targets. Whilst the local plan update was focused on achieving net zero, the Leeds Local Plan 2040 covers a wide range of policy areas, taking evidence from a variety of studies, including, amongst others, the Strategic Housing Market Assessment, Employment Lands Need Assessment and the Green Belt Review. Officers are now assessing a large number of sites that have been submitted for a variety of uses, and a map detailing these sites will be published to seek public views and preferences and understand how to improve landowner and developer proposals. You'll all be glad to hear that Development Plans officers will also be going out to area committees to consult with local ward members over the proposals for their areas. And I'm very glad that Councillor Anderson didn't mention those figures that we had at Development Plans last week. Okay, given the time I have, I've only skimmed the surface of the amount of work that is being done by Development Plans officers, and I hope that I've given some insight into the work that comes to the panel. My final thanks go to the panel members. We may be from different parties and have some different views, but the debates are carried out, generally, in a comradely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cavani. Councillor Pryor, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to thank members for their comments. Councillor Highswood is absolutely right. I've only lived in Leeds a short 15 years myself, but even seeing the development of the city centre in that time has been immense. Councillors Gavani, Ray and Akhtar make some excellent points, particularly around the contribution members make. Councillor Ray jokes, but I think he secretly likes a 6-hour meeting, and I'm sure we can provide a few more of that length to him. I was disappointed by some of the comments from Councillor Carter. Leeds City Council housing schemes need to adhere to exactly the same policies as other housing developers. And actually what we've seen from Councillor Carter today is levy some quite serious and inflammatory accusations without evidence and without having contacted me. Now, if I was being uncharitable, I would say this was showboating. But I think if you've got some of those serious concerns, as seriously as you say, I urge you to get in touch with me rather than just making them without evidence in full council. I know that is in vogue in politics at the moment, to make inflammatory comments without backing it up with evidence, but I should hope that that doesn't come here to this council chamber. Councillor Blackburn, I was disappointed to hear you say this is not about housing need. Housing need is set out in our housing market assessment. I know in your recent election campaign you won campaigning against the building of houses, and I think this NIMBY attitude we see from the Green Party increasing more and more is something really troubling. There is a huge housing crisis in this country, and they have to be built in the right place, but there seems to be a movement against blocking things, and I think that is something we certainly need to push against. Councillor Anderson talked about councillors needing more training, and then I agree with you completely, because then you got confused with Councillor Heselwood being a man. So I think some training there would be excellent, and I think you've proven that training is for all councillors needed. But on a serious note, there are new viability and legal training is scheduled before the end of the year for all members. With the welcoming of a new government, a new Labour government, we are finally seeing some changes and reform to the planning system on the horizon, which is so desperately needed. All members here will know about the housing crisis. We know how much the housing crisis is affecting people's pockets, affecting how much money people have to spend, affecting their living conditions. We heard from the Chancellor in her first address to Parliament had the Labour commitment of building 1.5 million homes over the parliamentary term, and here in Leeds we are backing that vision. Last year over 4,000 homes were built across the city, with 650 of those being affordable homes, the highest number since the 1970s, meaning Leeds was responsible for 1.5% of housing delivery in England. This really is a remarkable statistic, highlighting this council and partners' commitment to tackling that housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pryor. Okay. I will now call for the vote on the report. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's been carried. Okay. Well done, members. I shall now call for a comfort break for only 5 minutes. It's 15:09. Can we please return at 1:15? Generous. Right, we will now move to questions. Come on, members, I said 1:15. We're trying to make sure we finish on time today, please. Yeah, I will do my very best. We will now move on to questions, and please do remember we've got only 30 minutes for this, so let's try and make sure we keep it as brief and as sweet as possible. Right. Agenda item number 12, executive questions. Councillor Harrington, please.
Thank you. Will the Leader of Council agree to sign the National Council for Voluntary Organisations open letter to the Chancellor objecting to her increase in employers' national insurance contributions, which will cost the voluntary sector £1.4 billion a year?
Our Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. It appears your question refers to the recent letter from the National Council for Voluntary Organisations sent jointly with the Association of Chief Executives to Voluntary Organisations. The letter points out, I read it closely, the letter points out the dire situation charities were in under the last 14 years of the Conservative government before the budget, and how the potential impact on the sector from changes in employers' national insurance contribution. The letter also welcomes the budget's increased investment, which will support many communities served by the voluntary sector and in time will lead to a reduced need for the sector to provide essential services. The letter welcomes the Prime Minister's work to reset the government's relationship with the voluntary sector, including the civil society covenant and the sector's essential role in contributing to the government's mission of national renewal. The letter has been sent on behalf of the voluntary sector and has been co-signed by charities and voluntary organisations. The sector has not asked councillors or council leaders to co-sign it.
Thank you. Any supplementary question?
Yes, please. Okay. Will the Leader of Council agree then, on behalf of the local authority, to sign the community interest company Box Power's petition urging the government to donate the first £100 million in annual Financial Conduct Authority bank fines to the UK hospice sector?
Back to you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. I'll certainly have a look into that.
Councillor Hatbrook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. At the last council meeting, the executive member said that releasing the provisional value of the U1 number plate would be commercially sensitive, despite the council routinely publishing a provisional value of the many valued buildings it has auctioned off. Can I clarify whether the executive member meant the issue was commercially, or did she mean politically sensitive?
Thank you, Councillor Hatbrook. I told you last meeting, I said, leave U1 alone. You didn't listen. Councillor Cooper to reply, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Commercially.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, and remember it's U1, it's U2, and I still haven't found what I'm looking for. If it's commercially sensitive, and we publish routinely when we're auctioning things, will the executive member commit to publishing the legal advice or other advice that she has received to indicate why this unique asset is commercially sensitive when others are not?
I'm trying to remember, Lord Mayor, your opening remarks about being kind today, as it's National Kindness Day. So I'm really trying, Lord Mayor.
Keep trying. Thank you.
I'm keeping trying, and I want to reassure other members in the chamber today that actually the work is progressing on this issue, as I have told Councillor Hartbrook on numerous occasions. I am, however, slightly disappointed that he keeps raising this issue in the chamber. Not once has he emailed me, not once has he come and knocked on my door, or not once has he rang my phone to ask me about it. It just seems to be him politically motivated, and that's not me, that's you. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Jenkins.
Please, can the executive member comment on the recent award for Gascoigne House?
Councillor Lenz.
What an excellent question, Councillor Jenkins. The Council is immensely proud of its direct delivery programme and that we contributed almost 300 of the 633 new affordable homes completed last year in the city, which was a 10-year high. The 176 homes we built at Middleton, including Gascoigne House, which if members haven't had a chance to go and visit yet, please go and have a look. It's an incredible facility. Has proved to be a transformative, life-changing new home for each of the residents and demonstrates our commitment to high-quality, affordable, safe, secure and energy-efficient homes as part of the larger development of homes in Middleton and everything that we do across the city. And it's not just the residents and the council who recognise what we've achieved. Gascoigne House was recently awarded the ESG Excellence at the Yorkshire Residential Awards, hosted by Yorkshire Children's Charity in Leeds last month. The ESG Award recognises a project, initiative, scheme or strategy that has raised the environmental, sustainability and governance bar, be that a focus on climate, a commitment to health and well-being as well as the environment, or undertaking a social impact project or initiative that has a measurable positive impact on the community. We believe that Gascoigne House can demonstrate that in all respects. The Middleton development was also shortlisted for Residential Development of the Year for more than 100 homes at the Insider Yorkshire Property Industry Awards in September. And we won the Local Authority Building Control Building Excellence Award for the Yorkshire region in 2 categories, both the Best Large Social Housing Development and Gascoigne House won for the Best Purpose-Built Accommodation in 2024. The scheme is now up for consideration at the Local Authority Building Control Grand Finals in January 2025. And I'd just like to say, from the beginning of the project, the Regen team, the project officers, the Council Housing Growth team, right the way through to Julia and her team who are there now as residents are living in that scheme. It's been an incredible project, and I'll say again, if you've not been, I'll go with you. We can go and have a coffee in the cafe, have a look around and chat to some of the residents, because it really is a transformative scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lennox. Any supplementary questions, Councillor Jenkins?
Really, that it's a wonderful building and really worth visiting, and similar to Green Mill Gardens in my ward.
Is that a question? No, I'm just checking. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Goodall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In the light of continued and persistent breaching of its planning conditions by Leeds Bradford Airport, both in the number and type of aircraft allowed to operate at night, can you give an assurance that the Council intends to vigorously pursue its decisions to issue LBA with a breach of condition notice and enforcement notices in the event of LBA failing to comply through legal action if necessary?
Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, and I'm delighted to have a question from my ward colleague in such a formal manner. I swear we speak properly as well as this. So, as was announced 8 weeks ago, a breach of conditions notice is in place in Leeds Bradford Airport, and this remains a live enforcement case, and any necessary action will be taken at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Any supplementary questions?
Yes. Further, can you assure me that the Council intends to vigorously defend its rejection of LBA's include certificate of lawfulness of existing use or development applications in any LBA appeal, particularly given the recent news that LBA have broken the night flight rules for the 3rd year running?
So the local planning authority is in the process of carrying out its own analysis of the October night-time flight data that's just been received to ascertain the extent of any breach has occurred over the entire British summertime 2024 period. Council will be aware that following refusals by the local planning authority to certificates of lawfulness refusal decisions and an appeal against non-determination are to be considered by an independent government-appointed planning inspector at a public inquiry in March 2025, and these relate to the interpretation of the planning conditions of nighttime flights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pryor. Councillor Hussain.
Please, can the executive member update Council on the events this year to mark the 16 days of action for the White Ribbon campaign?
Councillor Harland.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain, and with pleasure. Thank you for the question, and I would very much like to take this opportunity to update Council on the 16 days of action. And again, it's lovely to see so many of you proudly wearing the white ribbons, and for all the people I saw making use of the selfie frames outside. International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women was first observed on the 25th of November 1981 in commemoration of 3 sisters and political activists who were murdered in the Dominican Republic on this day in 1960. Patria Minerva and Maria Teresa Mirabal And since then, in 1991, White Ribbon Day has also been marked on the 25th of November. The White Ribbon campaign holds its 16 days of action each November and is recognised globally for raising awareness of violence against women and girls. On White Ribbon Day, everyone, but especially men, is invited to take the White Ribbon promise and to commit to never use, excuse or remain silent about violence against women. The theme for White Ribbon Day 2024 is, as I mentioned earlier, it starts with men. This year, White Ribbon UK are encouraging men to hold themselves accountable to women and to each other so we can affect positive behaviour changes to transform harmful cultures. Gender equality is key to making this culture change happen, and it's only achievable if men and boys understand and assume their responsibility as allies. We have a proud tradition in Leeds of supporting this campaign, and in this year is no exception. Here are some of the events that have either already taken place or which are planned over the coming days. On Thursday, the 7th of November, we held a White Ribbon and 16 Days of Activism members' briefing session delivered by the Safeguarding and DV team. Officers shared information about the campaign with members and gave them ideas how they can support it. I have to say it was a really well attended, and I was really encouraged by the breadth of questions and questions asked and the discussion that took place that followed. And this was a cross-party discussion. It was really, really valuable. On Wednesday the 13th of November, which is today, you'll all have seen the team in the antechamber before council with our White Ribbon promise boards, etc. On Saturday the 23rd of November, Woodhouse Moor Park Run, our team will have a White Ribbon stall at the city's biggest park run, handing out White Ribbon stickers, White Ribbon information, encouraging runners to make the White Ribbon promise and providing the post-run sweet treats. We will be highlighting the importance of women and girls being able to exercise safely in public places and enjoy our parks and green spaces. On the 25th of November, which will be White Ribbon Day and the beginning of the 16 Days of Activism to end gender-based violence, civic buildings will be lighting up orange on the first and last day of the campaign as part of the UN's Orange the World campaign for a brighter future without violence against women and girls. We will have the Orange the World badges in the antechamber and encourage members to wear this all year round to start the conversation about ending violence against women and girls. On Thursday the 5th of December, the Public Health Resource Centre are hosting a Want to Know More About Switch On to Women's Safety session. It supports men to understand women's experiences of harassment, abuse and assault and finds practical tools, ideas and solutions to address these issues. On the 6th of December, Women Friendly Leeds and Getaway Girls are hosting a Safety in Banstead Park for Girls event, a celebration of girls' voices being heard through our UK SPF projects and of safe and accessible public spaces. Throughout the 16-day period, we will also be engaging lots of council staff in various ways through staff networks, comms, meetings, etc., to celebrate our recently renewed White Ribbon accreditation and sharing ways they can get involved in supporting the council in its commitment to prevent violence against women and girls. Leeds City Council has been a White Ribbon accredited since 2010. We refreshed our White Ribbon accreditation in 2024 for a further 3 years, and we will be highlighting this throughout the year, this year's 16 days campaign period. A White Ribbon Day and 16 Days of Activism toolkit will be sent to members, officers and partners this week, with more information about the campaign's activities planned in Leeds and signposting to support for women and girls affected by violence. I hope you'll all agree that there's an awful lot going on as we work to keep the focus on this really important issue. But in return for answering Councillor Hussein's questions, I do have a few asks for all of you. So please, can you make the White Ribbon promise, become a White Ribbon ambassador, and become a White Ribbon champion? I'd like to say at this juncture to say thank you to Councillor Jules Heselwood for her continued work on this agenda, to the Safer Stronger Communities team, but a particular thank you to Jude Roberts and Nicola Stewart for their commitment on this agenda. We all have our own role to play, and I'd encourage you all to play yours. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hallam. Councillor Hussain, any supplementary? Okay. Councillor Anderson.
Does the Leader of Council support Unite the Union's legal challenge against the government's removal of winter fuel allowance for pensioners?
Our Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I welcome Comrade Anderson to the trade union movement on behalf of the on behalf of the many Unite the Union members in the council chamber. And I'm sure in the spirit of solidarity that runs through the trade union movement, Comrade Anderson will be voting with us on our white paper later this afternoon, and will no doubt vote with us early next year against any proposal to reduce the trade union facilities time here, because we know what a good comrade Councillor Barry Anderson is. The issue is around the means testing of the winter fuel payment. I'll just remind Councillor Barry Anderson that his new leader said in 2020, Kemi Badenoch said in 2022, I have people in my constituency telling me that they don't need the winter fuel payments, that we give them because they can afford it. Why do we not have a more sophisticated mechanism for means testing? And I can assure Councillor Anderson that I will continue to campaign against the Conservative Party.
Thank you. Any supplementary question?
Yep, yes, I do. And hopefully the leader will join me in recognising that the Conservatives have now got the first black leader of a major party in this country, and let's hope you catch up soon on your side. But anyway, has the Leader of Council carried out an impact assessment of the removal of the allowance on Leeds residents and the loss of spending power on energy in the city as a result?
Back to you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. I'll tell you what I have done. Earlier this year, I voted in this council chamber, in favour of maintaining the household support fund, something your group voted against. As a result of that, our motion was successful, taken up by the current government and implemented. As a result, I'm speaking now, Barry, and as a result of that, as a result of.
Please let him speak.
There's some quite useful information for pensioners in the city. I'm sure they'd like to hear this. So, as a result of us voting for the household support fund to continue and the current Labour government implementing that, over £1.1 million of household support fund will be distributed to pensioners in receipt of council tax support who are ineligible for winter fuel payments. This means nearly 8,000 households will receive over £150 each. So we are actually putting money into the pockets of people to help them out with energy bills across the winter.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Chapman.
Given the problems being experienced with vehicle obstructions hindering bin collections, will the executive member consider introducing a requirement for bin crews to provide photographic evidence to help us explain issues to our residents?
Thank you, Councillor Rafiq.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, we do ask crews to report the reason for miscollections, and these are looked at by supervisor, who will then take action when patterns and repeat misses occur. The most common reason for being unable to complete all collections are due on a given day is for a safe access to or through a street being prevented by parked cars. Our standard 26-ton wagons need to be able to turn into, drive through and out of streets. They can't risk getting too close to parked cars or finding themselves stuck halfway down a street with traffic then backing up behind and in front of them. Sometimes the resident may not be able to see an obvious obstruction outside or near their house, so be frustrated to see their bins left uncollected, when in fact the issue was at the entrance or exit to the street. Where time allows, collection crews do return the same day to streets they could not access earlier to try again. The issue requiring collection crews or staff to take photos of offending vehicles is not straightforward. The staff usually work the same routes and get to know those areas and people that they serve with friendly exchanges with residents and often their dogs as well. However, some people also seem to have emotions when it comes to their cars, and in particular where they can park them. As a result, it's an unfortunate fact that our staff are occasionally subject to verbal threats and actual physical assault. We would therefore stop short of requiring crews to take photographs of vehicles that are preventing safe access on their regular route. However, some staff, depending on their situation and context, feel safe and comfortable doing so, or to at least know the details of the car. Where that is the case, we use the information to help resolve the issue. For example, where it's the same vehicle or vehicles being reported each time, we would not make public that information. The refuse service will issue polite warning letters to residents on those streets that are most frequently missed due to vehicle obstructions. Some board members also choose to write to those streets to help get the message across why there is a problem. This often improves things, but where necessary, enforcement action can be taken. However, it's not just one particular vehicle that's causing obstruction. It can be difficult to prove which vehicles were at fault. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rafiq. Councillor Chapman, any supplementary question?
Is that a no?
Councillor Rafiq.
I've just explained in detail, Councillor Chapman, the reasons for it. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Please can the executive member update Council on the Home First programme? Thank you.
Councillor Arif.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and a fantastic question, Councillor Thompson. The Home First programme has been a significant story of success in Leeds and has been highlighted nationally and regionally. There has been significant interest from the government ministers and senior personnel from the Department of Health and Social Care, especially visits by West Streeting on the 6th of August as part of the NHS North East and Yorkshire Leeds engagement, as well as a visit by Stephen Kinnock on the 16th of September. Most recently, the Director of Adults and Health and Head of Service for Care Delivery Services were invited to present the progress and outcomes of the Home First programme at the Local Government Association Conference in Harrogate in October to members and officers nationally. The impact of the Home First programme has been significant for both people and services in Leeds. As of October 2024, we have seen the following impacts across the city. 156 more people able to go home after a stay in intermediate care instead of going into long-term care. A 5.7 day reduction in the length of stay in short-term beds. 626 more people receiving support from our own council reablement service in this year. 410 people going straight home from a hospital rather than spending time in a short-term bed. A 1,706 reduction in people in hospital who have no reason to reside, what we would have called a delayed discharge previously, and really importantly, 1,204 fewer people admitted to hospital unnecessarily in this year. Focusing on the reablement service, which now works jointly with colleagues in Leeds Community Healthcare, at the start of the programme, they were seeing 28 people per week. Now, this is 38 people per week. On the back of receiving support from reablement, we have seen a reduction in the number of hours each person who needs social care at the end of reablement services. In regard to transfers of care from hospital, we are seeing the number of days people wait in hospitals reduced from an average of 8.4 days to 6.95 days. We have also seen a positive improvement in the length of stay in intermediate care beds from 44.8 days to 39 days, and a higher proportion of these people are now going home from 73% to 819%. Financially, the programme is seeing benefits for the system with a system-wide notional saving of 20.83 million. There are other impacts that are less visible but no less significant, and these include a better, more consistent partnership working across the service, an agreement on the data set that is delivered through the system, visibility work, a single version of the truth, next steps work which includes the developing Home First blueprint, which is looking ahead 10 years to see how we can maintain the progress made while the numbers of older people are growing, seeking to help more people to be as independent as possible for longer. This Home First programme has been an undeniable success for Leeds. I recently opened a celebration event with Professor Phil Woods from LTHD, and it was great to see that frontline staff who had made such a difference were having their hard work celebrated and appreciated. We recognise as a system there is still more to do, and we will build on the continuous improvement model that is now embedded through the Home First programme and methodology. It is so good to see that so many people have and are benefiting from the improved services and outcomes that have been delivered through the Home First programme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arif. Councillor Thompson, any supplementary question? Okay, many thanks. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Will the Council's administration commit to reinvesting the money that is raised from charging cars to park in our Leeds parks back into our parks?
Councillor Rafiq, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The funding will be used to improve and maintain the car parks at each of the identified sites. Our programme works will be developed, prioritising those in the worst condition.
Councillor Dixon, any supplementary question?
Yeah. If no profit is made to invest in the parks, will the Council commit to covering any shortfall not raised?
Councillor Rafiq.
Lord Mayor, in response to the consultation, one of the car parks, I must point out, at Middleton Park near the Visitor Centre, will remain free to park. The service will be drawing down a capital injection to fund the implementation of car parking charges and car park improvements, meaning residents will see improvements from the outset rather than once the charges have generated revenue. Alongside this programme works car parks investment, there is also an extensive programme of other investment ongoing in the city's green spaces. In 2024-25 financial year, the inclusion of 1 million discretionary capital in the capital programme has provided the opportunity to address health and safety priorities at a number of sites. A programme of investment has commenced that will see 256 bins installed, investment in environmental improvements, support for projects to improve safety for women and girls, new signage at 7 sites, and funding to refresh goalposts where needed. On a really positive note, this same discretionary fund has been used to leverage match funding, which will mean 20 playgrounds will have investment to deliver improvements alongside essential safety works. This investment will amount to close to 600,000 in total in this year via this fund. Additional investment received for tennis specifically would mean that before the end of 2024-25, 42 tennis courts at 8 sites will have been improved, with the conversations progressing for a further 11 courts to be improved at 4 further sites early in 2025, which would represent a total investment of over 900,000. With a commitment of further 1 million discretionary fund, capital fund in 2025-26, coupled with ongoing investment via the Morley bid and the announcement in the budget that the How to Holbeck Levelling Up Fund, which includes investment in Holbeck Moor, has been supported. This will mean continued capital investment for green space moving forward through the coming years, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rafiq. Councillor Franz Mayer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following the deputation in January by our care leavers, please can the executive member provide an update on the Council's support for our care leavers?
Thank you, Councillor Franz Mayer, and another brilliant question. Thank you. I'm incredibly proud to share an update about our work to support care leavers. Corporate parenting is our shared responsibility, and I'd like to thank the Care Leaver Service and everyone across the Council and the City who is working to make a difference to the lives of young people. I am sure you will remember the care leavers who spoke to full Council in January 24 about adopting care experience as their local protected characteristic. The resilience and power of those young people was remarkable. We are now underway with delivering our ambition to recognise care experience as a protected characteristic. The Protected Characteristic Implementation Group is chaired by my brilliant colleague, Councillor Venner, and my thanks to Councillor Venner for her continuing support and for care leavers in Leeds. The implementation group has good representation across the council departments and importantly is attended by representatives who are care experienced to ensure that their views and values remain our focus. The meetings are held on a bi-monthly basis with 3 subgroups focusing on employment and skills, workforce development, HR and equality impact assessments, and housing and homes. The implementation group will drive the Council's commitment to ensure that we recognise care experience as a protected characteristic and champion those with care experience, ensuring that we live up to the commitment we made in January 2024 to those young people. We are also fortunate in Leeds. Well, it's not fortunate, it's like this administration's commitment to people with care experience, but we are, it's to have our Archway, our brilliant Care Leavers hub. Over the past year, the service has seen an increase in young people accessing support offered by the hub, whether this be accessing therapeutic support, advice from housing support workers, support to access entitled benefits, or generally popping in for a cup of tea and a chat. And the Sunday lunch group looks particularly good. The hub creates a welcoming environment where young people know that they will be supported. We are, this council, and we corporate parents are family to these people. And for everyone who goes home on a Sunday for their Sunday lunch, everyone who pops in and says, "Mum, can you do me washing?" Anybody, if you've ever had that experience, to be care experienced and not have someone and not have anywhere to go to get those, that bit of support that we all need, even at the grand old age of 50 and half a century. My mum offered to do my washing the other day. So, you know, it's, so it would be, I don't know what she was saying about me washing, but there you go. So I'm so grateful to the team that we offer a home, a place of safety and security where young people can go. We are their family. Every opportunity is taken to champion and celebrate the successes of our care leavers. Over summer, the Care Leaver Service hosted their annual Sports Day event that was attended by over 40 young people and was a fabulous day. Leeds also hosted a football tournament which involved 4 other local authorities, all competing to be champions, and of course we triumphed. Why am I saying of course? I'm a Leeds United fan. This was a fantastic event bringing care leavers from across Yorkshire together. To celebrate National Care Leavers Week in October, we lit up the town hall blue across other towns and alongside other towns and cities across the UK. The next big event is a Care Leavers celebration event next week, where young people dress up prom style, and we will celebrate and honour their resilience, determination and successes. This event was born out of consultation with our care leavers, who expressed a desire to have an opportunity to feel special and recognised, especially since many have missed out on significant milestones such as prom due to life circumstances beyond their control. And I really want to thank all those people who, in the council and beyond, who make these events possible. And I'd like to thank many in this chamber for your MICE funding contributions, which were instrumental in delivering this event, but also the Christmas dinner. So to everybody who contributed MICE, it means a heck of a lot to those young people and to the people working in the service who are blown away by the amount of donations given. To the generosity of our Strategy and Resource Fleet Service, who kindly loaned a minibus to enable care leavers to attend events all of the summer. They checked them over, they filled them with fuel, and that cost, which is a huge dent in what we can provide, was just given. And that's a true team lead, and each department, not working in silos, working across to support our young people. The ongoing collaborative working with Child Friendly Leeds and the engagement and participation team who source support from our external partners. It all contributes to improving and enhancing the lives of our care leavers and encourages our young people to have fun. We are delighted to making sure that all our young people with care experience across the city receive the recognition and support they deserve, their rights protected, and that they're included in all parts of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Any supplementary question, Councillor Franz-Meyer? Okay. Right, we have come to, we've actually 30 minutes now, so sorry about that. We're going to go straight to our procedural motion. So, Councillor Flint, please.
Lord Mayor, further to the earlier procedural motion agreeing to debate minutes until no later than 4 p.m, and due to the time taken on earlier business, I move that under the provisions of Council Procedure Rule CPR 22.1, that CPR 3.3, time limits of business, be suspended to allow the Executive Board minutes to be formally received. And I do this in the spirit of cross-party working. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for the vote on the motion. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Okay. Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I formally move.
Councillor Flint.
Second, Lord Mayor.
I will now call for the vote on the motion to receive the minute. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is also carried. Okay. You would be pleased to know it's break time. And this time you've got 20 minutes. So you need to be back for 4:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. Now on to white paper motions. Agenda item number 14, white paper on jobs tax. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let's warm things up a little bit after the break and start with a little audience participation, which I know everybody loves. So put your hands up, all those who have ever set up their own small business. There's a paper boy. Something's never changed.
Did you all hear the question? They didn't hear the question.
They didn't hear the question. Hands up with the extra time, please, Lord Mayor. All those who have ever set up their own business. Good. So you'll understand what I'm going to say. It's probably the minority in the chamber, as it is in the city. So I can't claim to be here to represent small business in our city, but unlike the majority of members, I can speak from a real lived experience about what it's like to set up and run your own business. So imagine the thrill and excitement when I first opened the doors of our little country pub on the outskirts of Wetherby with my family. Imagine the thrill when we welcomed the first customers through the door, and the fear of seeing all of the costs that we had to cover and all of the taxes and revenues that were going to come at us, the business rates, the dreaded jobs tax, the rent, before you even get to the costs of the food and the drinks that you need to sell on. We opened just 9 months before the 2008 financial crash. Things were going really well at first, and we needed to hire more staff. Then came the crash, just 9 months later. A large part of our business came from Thorpe Arch Trading Estate, home of the British Library, the first outdoor retail park in the UK, the biggest employment hub in outer northeast Leeds. And over the next few months, 2,000 people lost their jobs. That was 2,000 people that weren't coming for lunch, 2,000 people that weren't coming for drinks after work. And very quickly, we found that what was coming in was less than what was going out. And so what do small business people do when they find themselves in that circumstance? They do whatever it takes to keep their business going, to keep their staff in jobs. You stop paying yourself. You give up the flat and move into the little rooms above the pub. When somebody leaves, you don't replace them. You start doing their hours yourself as well as your own. You do the cleaning, you do the plumbing, you do the painting, you do whatever needs to be done to get your business through, keep people in work, and keep the business going until you come out the other side. Now, I have to be honest, and those who've done this as well in the chamber will understand, most people don't have the mindset to run a business. It is difficult, not knowing that you're going to get a paycheck at the end of the month, not knowing if you're going to get paid in a calendar year. It's if there's something left over. And it takes a certain kind of mindset, and so most people don't get it. I do get it. I do understand it. And I'm here to tell you, it's those small businessmen and women across our city and across our country that are the lifeblood of this economy. Lord Mayor, I respect enormously the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, and all manner of public sector workers across the country. We couldn't do in the private sector what we do without them. But there would be no money to pay for what they do without us. And I would say to every member to remember, there is no large business that didn't start as a small one. There is no large business that didn't start as a small one. Now, you can tell that no one in the new government has ever run a business, large or small. As someone who has, I'm here to tell you what every other business owner and operator would tell you. The last thing you should do if you want to grow your economy is tax people's jobs. That is precisely what this financially incompetent and fiscally incontinent government are proposing to do, taking £25 billion straight out of the pay packets of the hard-working people of this country. Make no mistake, Labour lied to every single one of us in their manifesto. This is a tax, one way or another, that will come out of the pay packets of the hard-working people of this country. As the OBR has pointed out, The effect of Labour's budget is interest rates and inflation will be higher, and real wages and growth will be lower. Everyone will be worse off. The best example of what a folly it is the impact on this council's finances. The on-costs for providers, 1 second, Lord Mayor, and I'll finish, will wipe out every single extra penny that the government has pledged to give this council. All that increase and not a single extra penny to spend in this chamber.
Thank you very much.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
Yes, I second Lord Mayor and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We're moving an amendment to Councillor Lamb's white paper for the following reason. It doesn't really go far enough, in our opinion, as to some of the serious implications for a certain sector, which I will come on to in a little while. I'm currently just finishing a brilliant book by Anthony Selden. It's one of a series of books about recent occupiers of 10 Downing Street, and I've got on to Liz Truss. And in October 2022, at PMQs, Sir Keir Starmer looked across the dispatch box and he said to the then Prime Minister, "Who voted for this in response to the mini-budget?" Well, I think that's a perfectly reasonable question. I did then, and I do now. Because in the run-up to the election in July, all the pre-election talk from the now government was around how it would stimulate the economy. And it was growth first, growth second, and growth last. No mention, in fact, complete denials around tax cuts, not the 40 billion of tax raising revenue that the last budget actually put in place. So yeah, I think it's a perfectly reasonable question for us to ask who actually voted for this. Certainly not a lot of people, I think, who went to the ballot box in July and voted in good faith for a change of government. The budget that's been delivered is inflationary and it will have an impact in lowering growth. Now, you could argue that Truss and Kwarteng were economically illiterate, but Labour have delivered a good old-fashioned tax and spend budget that could be lifted straight from the 60s or 70s. And there is one area where I kind of disagree with Alan, because he said it was a foolish budget, perhaps ill-conceived. I think it was completely and utterly premeditated. And again, therefore, I'm asking the question, who voted for it? Moving on to our amendment, GPs, pharmacies and hospices, three of the most essential arms in care and public care, are going to be damaged by rises in national insurance and the lowering of the thresholds around national insurance. That cannot be avoided. It is all well and good for any government to come into power and say we will raise taxes to put funds into the NHS. And it's motherhood and apple pie stuff. I don't think anybody could disagree with it. But to do it whilst at the same time reducing funding through tax rises to massively important parts of that sector is foolhardy in the extreme. I've just seen I've got the orange light and I don't want to say much more. Except I was pleased today to see West Streeting on the news saying that hospices will be looked at by Christmas, but it doesn't go far enough. In terms of those three arms of the health sector, they need to look again and urgently. I've been shared a letter of the concerns from the Leeds Local Medical Committee, basically outlining the case that's been made today. But it finishes on something, and I'll finish as well with this. The letter ends. It's from NHS GP practices. Less labour kills the family doctor. And I think that sums it all up. Urgent changes are required now. The budget will fail, it will be inflationary, it will produce low growth, and it will cost jobs. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Councillor Dixon.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. I'd like to second this amendment, and the reason for that today is I just want to talk about a critical issue that affects us all, and that's the future of care in the UK. And the government's recent budget has made headlines, but unfortunately it does little to address the urgent and systematic issues facing the care sector. So while there is some funding allocated, it fails to tackle the root causes of the sector's problems, and in fact it risks simply doing the opposite for care businesses. Especially those in the private sector, the budget's limited funding means more pressure and uncertainty. Care providers are already struggling with rising costs from staff wages, national insurance contributions to inflation in energy prices. Despite the government's claims, the funding announced doesn't go far enough to cover these increasing expenses. The budget also overlooks the long-term sustainability of care businesses, especially smaller providers who operate on thin margins without adequate financial support. Many care homes and agencies will be forced to cut services, reduce staff numbers, or in some cases close altogether. This will not only harm the businesses themselves, but will have a devastating impact on the thousands of vulnerable individuals who rely on their services. The government's failure to invest in a long-term solution for care is symptomatic of a broader issue. The current model, driven by market forces, treats care as a commodity, not as a public good. Businesses are pushed to deliver care on tight budgets and often sacrificing people that they serve. Sacrificing quality or overworking staff to make ends meet. This isn't sustainable, and it's certainly not the level of care that people deserve. The budget reflects a short-sighted approach that continues to put businesses and the people they serve at risk. This is why the Social Democrats' proposal for a national care service is essential. We believe that care should be treated as a public service, not as a business driven by profit. A national care system would be funded through progressive taxation, ensuring that care is available to everyone, regardless of their financial situation. It would provide care workers with fair wages, secure contracts and better working conditions, helping to address the chronic staffing shortages that plague this sector. And importantly, it would remove the profit motive from the equation, allowing providers to focus on delivering high-quality, compassionate care instead of cutting corners to stay afloat. By establishing a national care system, we would create a stable, sustainable model that values both the people who need care and the people who provide it. This isn't just about fixing the immediate crisis. It's about building a system that works for everyone, now and in the future. We need a radical shift away from a broken, fragmented system towards one that treats care as a right, not a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Campbell, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I initially start by thanking Councillor Lamb for injecting a note of humour into this white paper resolution. I refer particularly to the first paragraph, which appears to be so far from reality as to be almost comical. And I think we have to remember, don't we, that during the last government, or the last series of Prime Ministers, I should say. So we started with Boris Johnson, all talk, no action, and we'll be coming on to that in the next debate on the white paper. Then we got on to Liz Truss, who single-handedly almost crashed the British economy, and we had to be rescued by the Bank of England. And even Rishi, who portrayed himself as Mr. Squeaky Clean. If you notice, the Office of Budget Responsibility said a couple of weeks ago that his administration forgot to mention £8 billion in spend they'd committed to. And that would dramatically have affected the Office of Budget Responsibility's comments in relation to their previous budget proposals. So it's difficult. It's difficult to separate the two. But I think we all expected, because we were promised at the general election, that we'd get a budget for change. We get a once-in-a-lifetime reboot of the economy. It would put us on a path towards those golden uplands we've always expected of economic probity and national wealth. And what did we get? Well, we got what we always get from the Labour Party, which is tax. We tax with no real clear idea about where that money will be invested in the economy to create the wealth that we require to provide the public services. And not only within the budget, but if you think about it, the Labour Party have done their traditional trick of slipping in various other costs for the general public without the benefit of actually going through Parliament or putting it in their manifesto, for example. So I'll use the example of pensioners. So pensioners have suffered. It's not just business. Pensioners have suffered because they've just had £200 docked off their winter fuel payment. Young people are suffering because unilaterally we've just decided to put up student tuition fees by £400. And what's happened is the rest of us are suffering because taxation is at the highest rate it's ever been. And not only that, it's going to increase as a proportion of incomes over the next few years. Now, I think the Labour Party accept that, and they appear to be happy with it, which is surprising me, because there isn't an amendment. Now, we have put forward an amendment, we put forward a suggestion. And I've listened to the Labour group over the last 5 years, wringing their hands and crying over the plight of working people. You've got a chance this afternoon to do something about it. I am suggesting that you contact the Chancellor and say something really simple. Let's raise the threshold at which people start paying tax. We all know that will put money in people's pockets, and it picks up the point you were making, because if they've got money in their pocket... Your time is up, Councillor. Sorry, I'll finish the sentence. If they've got money in their pocket, they'll spend it on businesses.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn. Sorry. Councillor Downs. My apologies.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Second, reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think here's where the noise starts. I'm going to give you a bit of history here. First of all, the only word for this budget is totally underwhelming. It does nothing for any of our people. If one goes back 27 years to the last time Labour came into power, and they came in with the song, "Things Can Only Get Better," if you remember. Well, a guy called Mike Wooding, who was our principal speaker about the time at our conference, commented, he said, at the time, he says, "We thought things were going to get better, not slightly as bad as they were before." Well, if he were around now, if we're still alive, because sadly Mike's dead, if he were around now, I don't know what he'd be saying, because quite honestly, we're all going to be worse off than we were before this budget. It's not inspiring at all. In the past, we've had Labour governments who've inspired us. Labour came to power in 1945 in totally bad economic terms. What did they do? They thought, what can we do to change things? They introduced National Health Service. Quite honestly, if we'd have thought like this government did, we'd never got that. It's not the party of Clement Attlee. It's more like the party of Ramsay MacDonald, and we know what happened to Ramsay MacDonald. And he lost his party. With the Tories in disarray and populism raising up across both abroad and across the UK, we need a government that lives up to the challenges that we face at an individual level, a national level and a world level. It must be remembered it was not the Labour vote that caused the landslide at the general election. It was that the Tories did that badly and lost lots of votes to reform. Why then, you've been given this opportunity of a massive majority, haven't you used it to try and do something special, to move things forward, instead of having what can be only described as total economic orthodoxy. Let's have some challenge. But no, you haven't done that as a party.
Please allow him to speak. Please, members, allow him to speak. Thank you.
Since the election, the Chancellor's constantly has talked about this black hole of £22 billion that suddenly appeared. But I think everybody in the country knew there were a black hole. The only people that didn't seem to do were the former Conservative government and this present Labour government. But everybody else knew there were a black hole. They knew there had to be taxes increases to actually balance the books. But the fact was that we needed those taxes to be right taxes. And what we've done is the taxes that have come in are the ones on the very people we're trying to protect, and taxes on jobs. I've seen we've got the red light, but all I'll say is please support my budget amendment, and that's in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. Our leader. Does she want to? Councillor Ali to second.
Second and reserve the right, please.
Okay. Councillor Finnegan, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A wise man once said, "We don't get fooled again." People will reflect upon that and will know that that was the very fine Roger Daltrey who came out with that particular phrase, who has, over the last few weeks, come out with his concerns about the introduction of additional national insurance on the charity that he does a lot of work for. The Teenage Cancer Trust, he has raised over £34 million over the years as a result of his particular commitment to that charity. But as he points out at this particular point, the national insurance rise will mean that the charity will be able to undertake less work because they get no insulation whatsoever from those national insurance rises. So taking into account the incomes that come in are fairly predictable, the national insurance rise will mean fewer people doing fewer work, and that's regrettable in terms of young people. Now, one of the things that you do get with the national insurance increase is a tax on the private sector, because pretty much the public sector is insulated from any of this. It gets government finance to actually cover it, or it gets all sorts of rebates that means that it doesn't actually face the real economic cost. And taking into account that, as far as I remember, the Labour Party was elected on a idea that there would be growth in this particular session of Parliament, then we are in a situation where even the OBR are of a view that the growth will be stifled as a result of these particular interventions. And it's a question of being honest and reflecting about what you need to do if you are intending on supporting public services. I have a son who regrettably is a lefty. He has a view that at this particular point, you're not, I know, poor parenting, that's what I put it down to. But basically his comments are, well, yeah, but we should all be paying more tax as a result of that for better public services. And to be honest, that's what you should say. You should say to ordinary folk, all right, if you want a better NHS, you want a better this, better that, better the other at this particular point, we're going to put up your national insurance and we're going to put up your income tax rates. Because without that, you're not going to get that particular support that you need for an expansion of public services. Now, the problem that you've got, as it stands at this particular point, even with increasing the national minimum wage, is at the point you increase that, a third of it immediately goes in increased national insurance and tax. Should you be, unfortunate enough, as a lot of people are who are working, to be on universal credit, you've got a further 55% clawback. So the fact of the matter is, those at the lower end of the income scale do not see the benefit of what you're trying to achieve. So I think the Labour Party's manifesto would be in better placed saying to people, honestly, vote for us, because quite frankly, we need to put your taxes up to cover adult social care, to cover improve NHS, to cover all the other public services that you're wanting to improve at this particular point. Ultimately, the private sector will find that this particular increase will stifle growth. They will employ fewer people. It's inevitable that's the case. They're not going to get the productivity that you hope that they might actually achieve to be able to deal with this. It will mean higher levels of unemployment, and I note that the unemployment rate has increased to 4.3% in a report today. So it needs to be revisited, rethought out, and you need to be more honest with the electorate if they're wanting this additional spending. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm really pleased to be speaking against this white paper. There certainly seems to be some collective amnesia from the Conservative group who've put this down. You would get the impression from Councillor Lamb's speech and from the white paper that the economy was in a glorious, rosy position. Everything was wonderful. Everyone was in fantastic jobs. There were no issues whatsoever. The fact is that the Labour government inherited a UK economy that was in recession less than a year ago, with GDP per capita suffering the longest run of falls and stagnations since 1955. That is the state that the economy was in. And this is a part of a wider picture of slow growth in the UK, far predating COVID, which I see you've put in your white paper, but this far predates that, where GDP growth over the past 15 years had averaged 1.2%, less than half what GDP per capita had averaged the 15 years prior to that at 2.8%. COVID, the cost of living crisis, and inflation at a 41-year high of 11.1%, has come at the end of a decade of Tory stagnation, meaning a drop in living standards and a deepening housing crisis, which we've spoken about already. So the Resolution Foundation estimates that the Conservatives, through the Liz Truss budget, lost £20 billion through unfunded cuts to national insurance and stamp duty, and a further £10 billion were lost through raised interest rates and government borrowing costs as the markets reacted to the budget. By February this year, earlier this year, GDP per capita had shrunk by 4.2% compared to its pre-cost of living crisis peak, equivalent to the loss of nearly 15,000 per household. Now, the painful impact of both of these things, the Truss budget and additional cost of living pressures, are still being felt, with residents paying, on average, £221 a month more on mortgages as a direct result of Conservative decisions. Add that to the £1,500 per household, and you've got about £350 per month that every household doesn't have to spend in places like Alan's Restaurant. You're absolutely right. Councillor Anderson mentioned growth earlier, about people needing money in their pockets. And it has been your decisions that have taken £350 a month out of people's pockets. That's money that will be spent on heating. That's money that will be spent in local restaurants, in local shops. That is money that has been taken from the Leeds economy. Now, it's what surprised me so much about the white paper, that there was a complete economic illiteracy. And I think if the Conservative group, they need to speak to Councillor Hayden, she can take you to one of the primary schools and you can have a maths lesson. And if you still don't understand, Councillor Harland will take you to one of the food banks in Leeds, which are there as a result of the economic decisions of this Conservative group. Food banks that have increased by 3,000% over the period of the Tory government. So seeing a white paper where it's telling us the economy is in a wonderful place is not the reality of people living in Leeds and living across the UK. And it's exactly why you lost 3/4 of your parliamentary seats at the last general election, because people saw that pain and they knew exactly who to blame. I have to disagree with Councillor Blackburn on saying there was nothing good in the budget. When we're looking at 40,000 extra appointments in the NHS, £2.3 billion for the core schools budget, £1 billion for the household support fund, the biggest increase to the carers allowance since its introduction, £500 million to fix potholes. You know, as members, we all hear about that loads, and the government has neglected infrastructure. We've increased the employment allowance. That's £10,500 off every small employer's yearly national insurance bill, and that's on top of a 40% relief on business rates, hospitality and leisure sectors. But if you don't believe me, I think we should listen to someone who has had a bit of a road to Damascus moment. I always believe that a broken clock is right twice a day. but Liz Truss's former Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, has said, Conservatives, like myself, should be honest. The highest tax take since the 1940s occurred under the Conservative government in 2019 under Boris Johnson.
Thank you,
Reeves
Councillor
is
Pryor.
cleaning up our mess. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Rachel Reeves, the worst Chancellor of the Exchequer since Dennis Healey in the 1970s. Just look at her destructive national insurance jobs tax. First of all, the damage to high streets across the country, including eventually, obviously, Leeds. The Nighttime Industries Association, which represents bars and clubs, warned that 4 in 10 of its members were at risk of closing within 6 months. 6 months. They said the autumn budget has effectively signed a death sentence for many nighttime economy businesses across the United Kingdom. Despite what Councillor Pryor says in his remarks, the British Independent Retailers Association, which represents 8,500 shops, said that they will be forced to reduce staff hours, reduce the numbers of employees and reduce trading hours. The budget, they said, has made the revitalisation of high streets very much harder. Think of the effect on Leeds, its complete incompetence. Not content with this vandalism, she has inflicted NI on GP surgeries, as Councillor Dobson's amendment recognises. The Institute of General Practice Management has estimated that the average GP surgery tax bill will go up by £20,000 a year. This means 2 million appointments will be lost. Complete stupidity and incompetence. And it's all very well Keir Starmer having a freebie day at Doncaster races, but racing stables, for example, are very labour intensive, so they will have to either reduce the number of workers they employ or reduce wages or both. An economist at the Bank of England, she's all the skills of a filing clerk. Now, coming on to the comments of Councillor Dobson, who made some very sensible remarks about the budget being premeditated. I think there's some merit in that. Councillor Dixon, the future of the care sector, extremely interesting, very interesting, and that they'll have to close or reduce jobs. Councillor Campbell mentioned tax, of course, and Councillor Blackburn gave us a history lesson, which he often does. But very interesting indeed, and Councillor Finnegan also mentioned the tax burden. And Councillor Pryor, he was defending the indefensible about the Leeds economy. Just think of the effect on the city of Leeds. So it's back to the 1970s with Labour. It was grim then, and it will be grim this time, because it's all tax, tax, tax. They think it'll be different this time, and they won't run out of anybody's money. Well, it won't, and I know it because I lived through it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Buckley. Just to remind members, today is World Kindness Day. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So the Labour budget had the opportunity to offer hope. It had the opportunity to turn back the 14 years of Tory austerity. It had the opportunity to set this country up for success into the future. But instead, despite being a big budget, it was an even bigger disappointment. We keep hearing about a sudden £22 billion black hole, which we're led to believe appeared as a surprise. But all the signs were there, all the information was there, and the so-called black hole was there, visible for everyone to see. The Green Party proposed a 1% wealth tax for those with assets of more than £10 million and a 2% wealth tax for those with assets for over £1 billion. This alone would have raised £50 billion. That, along with bringing capital gains tax in line with income tax, could raise a further £19 billion. More than enough to fill the Chancellor's black hole. But again, she refuses. She refuses to follow a long-standing Labour principle, the equitable distribution of income and wealth. It's a blue budget with a red bow. A switch from taxing income to taxing wealth would have been a radical transformation in the economy. It would have been an effective way of bringing redundant wealth, which is hoarded, and put back into circulation. Instead, the Chancellor has gone back to taxing income. Her 1.2% increase in the national insurance, combined with lowering the national insurance threshold to £5,000, will add an additional burden on employers of approximately £615 per employee per year. And this is a cost that many small businesses just won't be able to afford. On my way in this morning, I was talking to an employer who has 115 employees. Now, this national insurance cost would automatically add almost 70k to his expenses a year. What he was saying was he's looking at the prospect of redundancies. It's either redundancies combined with additional work burden for everyone else who remains. Big businesses may be able to absorb the costs, but the additional burden will significantly impact local care providers, nurseries, and small businesses that just don't have the budget flexibility to absorb these costs. Combined with reducing business rates relief for retail and hospitality, will cause many small businesses in and around Leeds to fail. Big businesses will eventually pass on the costs through higher prices to the ordinary consumer. Ultimately, it's the ordinary individual that's going to suffer. Prices are going to increase, and it's going to lead to a further cost. It's going to increase a further burden on people's pockets. So I urge you all to approve David's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Stevenson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's interesting when Councillor Pryor mentioned that much of the content in Councillor Lamb's white paper was, I think he phrased, illiterate content, when it's pretty much all direct from the OBR itself, the independent OBR. So perhaps Councillor Pryor has more in common with the former Prime Minister Liz Truss than we first thought in his criticism of the OBR. But, you know, the enemy's enemy is thy friend and all the rest of it. Interestingly, we have the Chancellor's doing her Mansion House speech on Thursday, first Mansion House speech, where to expect large pension reforms being announced. We mentioned bets earlier. I had a bet with a friend earlier on, which I don't often bet, so I'll probably end up losing. But my bet is that a U-turn is coming. A U-turn on national insurance, perhaps in the Mansion House speech. And I'm not too sure the top is so connected to the bottom that Councillor Lewis would have been tipped off on that. But perhaps that's why no amendment was tabled by the Labour administration. Too embarrassed, perhaps, of the state of affairs, non-agreement with anything in the budget, or perhaps they know a change is coming, and if it does, it will certainly be a welcome one for high streets up and down the country and in Leeds. But not just businesses. We've mentioned GPs, we've mentioned pharmacies. What we haven't mentioned yet is the childcare sector. The nurseries that allow myself and others to go to work, allow parents to get back in the workplace as quickly as possible and generate wealth in the economy and pay taxes. For many of those independently run childcare nurseries, who, I might add, Councillor Hayden's about to privatise the council-run ones and sell them off to private sector in Leeds, their margins are already so tight that now the national insurance increase is going to have an impact on the availability of childcare, which comes after a massive overhaul by the last government and thankfully carried on by the existing government. to enable more childcare places. It has another impact in the economy. You might have seen today the Post Office has announced 3 post office closures in Leeds. I'm sure the national insurance increase will have had a factor in that. 1 in the city centre, 1 in Crossgates and Winmore, and 1 in Morley. I presume there'll be a protest by Labour members outside that post office, championing the bit for their residents and their pensioners, who crucially rely on the post office to collect their ever-dwindling pension under this administration. Councillor Lamb paraphrased earlier what Winston Churchill described as the strong horse pulling the cart. And it is ever more the case now that the cart, being the public sector, is getting heavier and heavier, and the strong horse is getting weaker and weaker. And eventually, the balance will tip. And just to close, Lord Mayor, I would say there are some in this chamber and elsewhere who believe the number one issue for residents in Leeds is what's happening across the pond. Perhaps they spend so much time away from Leeds that they don't actually listen to what people are talking about. But I will just say one thing when we consider what's happening in America and elsewhere. Don't, and I'm not a fan of the incoming president, but we must all political parties learn lessons of why these results happen in the United States and in Argentina and elsewhere. And this is because it is the economy that matters to people, and they'll vote with their feet. And when they see a leader cutting the public
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Your time is up now. Thank you very much. I will now call on Councillor Lamb to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A lot to cover there. You'll have to forgive me. I'm breaking in a new pair for the first time of varifocals. So if I lose my place at any point, please bear in mind. I should point out I have paid for them myself, unlike Sir Keir. And of course, we should have all seen this coming. And my big disappointment is that none of you thought to warn us, because you know what Sir Keir Starmer's like. He's a barrister by profession. His literal job is to have one opinion one week and then a different opinion the next week. And as you will all remember, when he stood for the leadership of your party, he promised you 10 things that he would do. And by the time it came to the general election, he'd abandoned every single one of them. We should have known this was coming, because he's quickly abandoning every commitment he made to the people of this country in the general election campaign. Lord Mayor, there's an awful lot to cover, and apologies to anyone who I don't get to. So, Councillor Dobson, and Dixon, thank you for your contribution. We will be accepting and supporting your amendment. It's quite right to focus on the impact on care. Councillor Dobson, you also mentioned a former leader of our party. I've waited till this point, and I honestly thought at the last meeting I did congratulate the incoming government on their victory. I'm surprised and somewhat disappointed that none of them have taken the opportunity. They've been very quick to congratulate the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer, but not one of them can bring themselves to congratulate the first female black leader of a political party in this country. Well, I do. I send those congratulations to Kemi. Whatever our difference is, I would hope everyone in this chamber would welcome that. Councillor Campbell, the irony of a Liberal Democrat talking about detachment from reality will not be lost on anyone in the chamber, but the one reality that the Lib Dems can teach this administration is what happens to the councils of governing parties when they break their promises so quickly into administration. And I suspect that's one of the reasons why you've got so little to say on this subject, because your government is already an embarrassment. Councillor Blackburn, good to have you back. It's almost as if you've never been away. Disagreed with most of what you said, but as always, really enjoyed your contributions. And Councillor Ali, I disagreed with a lot of what you said, but actually made a very valid point about the impact on business and the 70k cost to the resident. That is repeated over and over and over again as a result of this. You also referred to a black hole, Councillor Blackburn. Several people mentioned the £22 billion made-up black hole. Of course, and coming on to Councillor Pryor, who accused us of having amnesia, I think he's got amnesia, because the black hole, the last government, the last Labour government left, and I can remember that far back, was £155 billion you left, and you opposed every single difficult decision that had to be made to balance the books and now you're all in favour of difficult decisions. And I'm looking forward, Councillor Pryor, to you bringing forward in 5 years' time, after that length of a Labour government, to tell us that there are no food banks left in the city. I have a funny feeling that's not going to happen. Councillor Buckley and Stevenson, totally agree with you. The impact on childcare is really important in this. A couple of other points. The impact on the public sector here is enormous. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Councillor Finnegan who says the public sector are insulated. They are not. They are not, because they will have to pay the price of private companies. Bus companies are one example. Their main cost is labour. An extra £1,400 a year for every bus driver in the city. That's money taken out of public transport. That's higher fares for passengers, higher fares for working people, and that is what this jobs tax is. It is spiteful, it's immoral, and it makes no economic sense. Any right-minded person who has the slightest understanding of business or the basic grasp of economics will support our motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I shall now call on the vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Dobson. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. I will call on the vote on the second amendment in the name of Councillor Campbell. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. I will now call on the vote on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Blackburn. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? Sorry, that is lost. I will now call on the vote on the motion of the substantive motion. Just the motion, sorry. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's lost. Okay, that's lost as well. So agenda item number 15, white paper LGI. Councillor Lay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, that was an interesting debate, wasn't it? We are all supposed to be in it together, so public sector has to carry the cost as well as the private sector. Anyhow, on to my white paper. I don't want to be too hard on my friends on that side of the chamber. They've only been in power for 132 days, compared to friends on this side of the chamber who were in power for 5,168 days. But I do need to maintain focus on this crucial issue affecting this city, you know? And so I'm raising this issue again because, like my Labour MP, Katie White, we cannot wait for the government to make up its mind. Just 4 hours ago, she wrote in her monthly column in the Wharfdale Observer the following, when criticising the Conservative government, and I quote, "It was to add insult to injury when the funds earmarked for the redevelopment of Leeds General Infirmary under the new hospital programme never materialised. It's not good enough." But, and of her own Labour government, she says, "I will continue to urge the Chancellor and the Health Secretary to ensure that Leeds is given the priority it deserves in the upcoming review of the hospitals programme." Katie knows it, I know it, you know it, that the people of Leeds, and especially our children, deserve access to modern, high-quality health care right here in this city, and they need it now. The proposed hospital is essential for meeting the growing healthcare needs of our community, but delays in funding are putting our residents' health and well-being at risk. But this hospital isn't just a building. It's a lifeline for children, their families, and all in our communities. It is a critical resource for our NHS and an investment in our city's future. So I cannot help but feel profound disappointment over the ongoing delays. For years, we have all, regardless of politics, advocated tirelessly, working hand in hand with council, healthcare professionals and community members to bring this project to fruition. This hospital was meant to be one of the 40 new hospitals promised by the previous government, a pledge that was made in the run-up of the 2019 election and was supposed to symbolise a new era of healthcare across the city the region and indeed the country. But despite those promises, here we are 5 years on, still waiting for the funding. And we were assured it would come. This disappointment, however, is compounded because the current administration came into office with a mandate for change, pledging to address past failures and accelerate projects like this one. Yet change cannot simply be a campaign slogan. It must be backed by meaningful decisions that impact the lives of real people. Every day that this project is delayed, our community feels the consequences. The existing healthcare facilities in Leeds are stretched thin, with a growing population and ageing infrastructure struggling to meet demand. Without the new hospital, we are unable to provide the level of care our children, our adults, our elderly deserve. The delays are not just an administrative inconvenience. They affect the quality of care available to all our citizens and place added strain on those dealing with difficult circumstances. Beyond meeting the immediate healthcare needs, the new Leeds and Children's Hospital offers enormous technological and economic benefits for the region. This facility is designed to be a hub for cutting-edge healthcare technology in advanced diagnostic and digital systems that will enable faster, more accurate and more personalised care. The hospital will be a healing environment for young patients, featuring single occupancy rooms, natural light and play areas to help reduce anxiety and promote recovery. I'm not going to get through all of this. The economic impact of the project is just as significant during construction. It's projected to create thousands of jobs, supporting our local workforce, providing training and providing new opportunities across various trades. And once the hospital opens, it will drive long-term job growth, especially, to be fair, in healthcare and allied services, ensuring stable employment and boosting our local economy. So today, I, like Katie, want to urge the Chancellor to reconsider this delay and recognising the overwhelming need for action. Oh, I'm red.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you. That's
Councillor
it.
Bolton.
I second Lord Mayor and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I don't think the party running this council are in tune with the people of Leeds at all. What are you doing to lobby Rachel Reeves? Yes, you've written one letter that had cross-party support. What response have you had? Nothing as far as we are aware. Have you chased it up? If not, why not? And if yes, why don't we know about it? Are you too scared to tell us that you've failed to make an impact? What's your next move? Rachel Reeves should be pulling out all the stops to make sure that the hospital in the city she represents is going to have the funding it needs to complete the work that has been started. Have you met with her? Has she contacted you? Has Wes Streeting contacted you? If not, what are you doing to chase them up? The Chancellor has the authority and she has the purse strings to sort this out. Why is she not doing so with haste? Are you saying you cannot get a meeting with her? She's on your doorstep after all. Or are you saying she never comes to the constituency, so you can't get time with her? She's too busy spending her weekends in her Grace and Favour retreat. The hospital treats people from many areas and its reputation is good. It's absolutely disgraceful that we have a Labour Mayor and a Labour Council.
Members, please. Thank you.
A West Yorkshire Labour Mayor, a Labour Council, as well as 9 Labour MPs in this city and its hinterland, and none of them can put any pressure on the government to make a swift decision. That shows how much they care about you and about Leeds and about the hospital. Get to work and end this uncertainty. We cannot allow this situation to continue where we don't know what's happening. So much money has already been poured into the first stages of the project. Is that all to be wasted? What is taking the time? The arguments are on our side. We cannot attract the best surgeons, the best consultants, the best doctors and nurses if we don't have the best facilities. Leeds is uniquely placed within the geography of the country to be the exemplar. We fought to keep the Children's Hospital. Is that all going to be wasted as well? I've heard nothing from Wes Streeting that gives me any hope that he even knows what needs to be done. Sadly, none of his speeches mention any investment into world-class hospitals. Has he ever been to Leeds? Has he seen the hospital? Has he met with the West Yorkshire Mayor or the Leader of Council? The new editor of The Spectator, Michael Gove, summed it up nicely in his recent editorial. He said, Wes Streeting's commitment to the NHS is summed up in 3 principles: hospital to community, analogue to digital, and sickness to prevention. It's hardly groundbreaking. It makes motherhood and apple pie seem novel and contentious. Nothing about investing in the hospitals programme that was started by the Conservative government. Keir Starmer said in a speech to the King's Fund only in September, my government will always make the investments in our NHS that are needed. Always. We are going to build an NHS that's fit for the future. Well, it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Our group have a message for the Prime Minister and the Chancellor and the Health Secretary. You cannot say no any longer. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Councillor Venner. Councillor Flynn, sorry. Yeah, your turn.
Second Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Venner.
Lord Mayor, we are all deeply disappointed that funding has not yet been identified to fund the redevelopment of Leeds General Infirmary. We have all agreed on the urgent need to deliver the modernisation of LGI. This is a critical issue that transcends party politics. I welcome the Health Secretary's commitment to publish his review into the new hospitals programme in the new year. This will provide honesty and clarity over how new hospitals will be funded and when we can expect them to be completed. Council, to understand why a review of this programme is necessary, we have to look back at the history and background of this initiative. The 2010s were the most austere decade since the NHS was created, with spending growth at just 1% in real terms compared to the historical average of 3.4%. The NHS has been starved of capital for buildings, leading to a backlog maintenance of 11.6 billion in the acute sector alone. This lack of investment has impacted on the entire system. Outdated diagnostic equipment, demoralised staff, and significant challenges in social care. Hospitals across the country face enormous challenges. Lord Darcy's independent report published this autumn found a desperate shortage of capital prevents hospitals being productive. This has led to reduced staff and patient satisfaction and beds occupied by people who should be receiving social care support instead. Darcy reported that public satisfaction in our NHS, which stood at a record high in 2009, is now at its lowest ever. Waiting times have ballooned, cancer care lags behind the EU, GPs are overburdened, the healthy life expectancy gap has widened. As this catastrophe was unfolding, the previous government announced the new hospitals programme in 2019 with great fanfare, promising to build 40 new hospitals across England. In August 2019, the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson visited Leeds and tweeted that the hospital was being upgraded as part of an extra 1.8 billion of support for the NHS. In October 2021, he visited again and tweeted, "The diggers have been whirring into action, transforming this site in Leeds into an incredible new hospital. Council, it is beyond a joke, because despite having one of the most advanced, developed and ready-to-go hospital schemes in the new hospitals programme, we are still waiting. And it has become apparent that the previous government only allocated a fraction of the funding that was needed. Only one of the 40 hospitals promised has been delivered, and here the LGI is in disrepair. Some areas of the hospital are over 150 years old with crumbling walls and leaking ceilings. The current condition of the hospital fails patients, as Councillor Lay said, and imposes a financial strain with maintenance costs soaring to over 300 million, despite 7 ministerial visits from 2 Prime Ministers, 2 Chancellors. and 3 health secretaries and countless promises, there has been no progress. I am glad that we now have a government that is serious about making sure there are the necessary resources to bring this project to life. Wes Streeting has been clear that he is reviewing the new hospitals programme to put it on a sustainable and viable footing so that this government can fix the crumbling NHS estate that we inherited. We will continue to lobby alongside our citywide partners in the NHS to push these essential plans forward. The residents of Leeds deserve a hospital fit for the 21st century that meets their needs.
Very much,
and we will
Councillor
continue
Bennett.
to advocate until this vision is realised.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis. Our leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Second, reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Brown, and it's a maiden speech as well. Over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to start off by saying thank you to all members and their communities for the numerous and respectful remembrance services shown around the country this weekend and around our city. Not to sound so much like Uncle Albert, but during my time in the military, the 13 years I served, I was shot, stabbed, blown up, set on fire with a petrol bomb. I've been run over twice and my appendix had burst. So I spent my fair share of time in hospitals. I spent most of my time having my face reconstructed over 10 years, 25 operations. 10 of those operations over a 5-year period were at LGI. My nephew was cared for and survived cancer because of the staff and the care at LGI. I said goodbye to my dad at LGI. I know how professional and talented and compassionate the staff are in that building and how amazing they are. They are the best clinicians in the world, but it's a teaching hospital, so they're also the best teachers in the world, attracting the best students in the world and doing some of the best research in the world. Is it not fair then that we want them to have the best facilities in the world? I don't need to speak for long because I think I say everything about those people there. I support this white paper that we seek assurances and clarity that the funding will be allocated in a timely manner so that the best clinicians in the world, the best students in the world, the best staff in the world can have the facilities they deserve and need to give the care, treatment and research to the best city in the world. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, 2 colleagues, one to my right here and one behind me, have both said follow that. And I'm not going to try and follow that because sometimes in this chamber you hear things said with such clarity and conviction, it would be pointless to try and add on what was a perfect maiden speech and very welcome in this chamber. Thank you. My reason for wanting to speak today is because, again, I think as a collective, the council have missed the trick. Those who don't start shouting at me again, Councillor Hartbrook, he don't like it when I go off on a history lesson. But the history of local authorities, we were actually formed to tackle public health, which was poor. That was our initial remit. Before everything else got bolted on, it was around looking after the public and public health. And we have a really proud record in this city of doing just that. And it's time to raise our game. In the last 2 decades, we've actually gone toe-to-toe with LTHT on quite a number of issues. I'm thinking renal provision, dermatology provision, and it's already been alluded to, the work that this city led to bring a regional body of people together to retain children's heart services. You know, and I'm going to give a shout out to 2 former councillors here, Councillor Mulherrin, Councillor John Illingworth, and others who really drove that work. We went toe-to-toe for this city and we got the results we wanted. And that's exactly what should be happening now. I'm disappointed there's multiple white papers and amendments flying about on this. There should have been one grown-up conversation that said, right, how do we sort this out? The last government did drag the feet. I'm desperately hopeful the new government won't drag the feet, or worse still, put it under review and the can will be kicked down the road. That simply cannot happen. The irony is, going back historically again, we had a whole mishmash of hospital estate, a lot of which wasn't fit for purpose, a lot of which was in satellite locations that were inaccessible, a lot of which were underused and under-resourced. And we've done a lot of work to address that. And we've used our collective clout, especially through scrutiny, to do that. And we should be doing exactly the same thing now. It's kind of been alluded to, but I do actually feel a tad sorry for the current Chancellor when there's been many a Chancellor come and go and many a promise made to Leeds that's been reneged upon. So I think the time now is for everybody in this room to act as one to get these services to the LGI. Councillor Brown made the very good point. We've got the best doctors, the best teachers, the best staff, the best clinicians. They need the best facilities. Every single one of us should be lobbying our MP, friend or foe, and telling them straight, you need to get your finger out and make sure this is delivered. That's MPs for Labour, Conservative, or whatever complexion. This is a joint problem that needs a joint solution. We are not punching at our weight. We are not banging on the door of number 11 Downing Street. And until we come together collectively, stop kicking the can down the road, stop the blame game, I really fear we'll be here this time next year having the same debate or worse. When Leeds loses out again, we constantly lose out on transport, we lose out on infrastructure, we cannot lose out on this state-of-the-art project that will affect positively every single one of the people we represent in this room. So at the moment, I'm kind of ambivalent about where this takes us in terms of supporting any of the white papers. We should have had one, we should have been able to get behind it, we should cut out the nonsense and get on with delivering for Leeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Councillor Carlyle.
Lord Mayor, friends, many thanks to the Lib Dems for this motion and to others for their amendments. We perhaps find ourselves in one of those rare moments of relative unity and consensus. Now, our Lib Dem comrades have previously voiced appreciation for poetry in full council, so let me quote Percy Shelley's poem, Ozymandias, which Boris Johnson's new hospital scheme very much brings to mind. The poem describes how, etched onto an ancient tumble-down statue, is written, "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair." Despair is a good word. NHS funding has fallen behind inflation for years, with a cumulative underspend of £440 billion since 2009. Staff have faced sub-inflationary pay rises since 2008. Meanwhile, the NHS have not met the 18-week standard for treatment since February 2016. Waiting lists have surged to a whopping 7.7 million people, and so on. It's almost like it's been set up to fail. And despite Boris Johnson's best magical hopes and wishes, the harebrained new hospital scheme has fallen flat. 5 years on, just one hospital is built, with 6 underway. 3/4 of them haven't even got planning permission. The new government is understandably calling the scheme out for its folly. But plans have been afoot over 10 years to rebuild the LGI. It's a jewel in the crown of our city, a precious, proud family heirloom. It's a good example of how the NHS, given the right resources and freedom, can flourish. And we desperately need the LGI to grow and flourish. As a city and region, we cannot afford to let the redevelopment remain in limbo. We need it to keep serving the complex health needs of our growing population. Indeed, like any precious heirloom, it's fragile. The LGI, as we've heard, is crumbling in places, partially closed in others, with growing maintenance bills. And there's a bigger principle, touched upon by Councillor Dobson as well. It's not just about health. Not only is the future of the LGI in the balance, but Leeds risks losing funding for other key projects. Some of the anticipated funding, for example, for the iconic Temple Mill in Holbeck, is also at risk. And it looks like we'll have to fight tooth and nail to get just meagre rations for a small-scale mass transit system. when in fact the evidence internationally is that investment in proper, extensive mass transit systems offers unparalleled economic and social benefits in core cities like ours. But the new government seem reticent, unsure about infrastructural investment and regional development. Why? Maybe they don't realise, but they've swallowed the bitter pill of neoliberalism. Neoliberal economics have been the prevailing wind for decades. It's the air we breathe. Neoliberalism loudly insists that government has to tighten its belt when the economy is struggling. But history has repeatedly shown the very opposite. At times of depression, government needs to act counterintuitively, to invest to stimulate, to pick up the slack. The 1930s New Deal is a good example. Labour after the war, successive governments in Norway, and Obama's Recovery and Reinvestment Act after 2008. Smart government spending, especially on big infrastructural projects like the LGI, will enhance the economy, not drag it down, as the misguided doomsayers falsely claim. These projects will also help to rebalance the national economy, decentering it outside of London and building regional economies. Germany offers a great template for how transformative this can be. Neoliberalism has choked growth for too long. It's suppressed productivity. It's hobbled us. The new government has the opportunity to break from the staunch neoliberalism of previous governments, to detoxify. And so to finish on another poetic note, as Queen famously sang, let's break free from the lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlyle. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And first of all, just like to congratulate Councillor Brown on his speech earlier on. Absolutely brilliant, every word of it. Just to start off by saying, Lord Mayor, that I supported Alan Lamb last July when he congratulated the Labour government on a pretty magnificent general election. Although I must say I did have my own doubts, nothing to do with Labour. Basically, I don't trust national politicians once they get into power, because there's one thing you can rely on, one thing. They will let you down again and again and again, as you've found out. It takes some time for all new governments to bed in, and it's still early days, but let's see how Labour's going so far. It takes a spectacularly inept and incompetent Prime Minister and Chancellor to alienate the electorate within a few weeks of taking office, and to compound the error with an anti-work, anti-growth budget, but Starmer and Reeves have managed to do just that. Not to mention the depressingly familiar tales of sleaze, nepotism and backstabbing already. After 100 and what days was it, Sandy? Fiona mentioned before ministerial visits to various hospital sites. So let's have a look at what's happened when Labour have visited these sites. Make no mistake, Rachel Reeves made the decisions to stop the new build. Just 2 years ago, she invited Wes Streeting to the hospital because she wanted him to see how important it was for the people of Leeds to have this new hospital. And what did Wes say last December, I think, when he came to have a look himself? Very vocal. He said it was a shambolic, outrageous, only through political incompetence that the money hasn't been released. So what's changed? Matter of 10, 11 months? Now, Fiona, you mentioned the review of the hospital building programme, you welcomed it. So let's see how Labour have actually spent the money that they've actually got. And welcome to the weird and wonderful word of Labour, economics, or austerity for the most, and buckets of cash for their friends. Money thrown at union paymasters to fund double-digit pay increases by removing winter fuel allowances from millions of pensioners. £22 billion for Ed Miliband to fund carbon capture, to a man who can't even eat a bacon sandwich on his own. So 22 billion for Ed to prance around North London with his butterfly net chasing carbon while pensioners go cold here in Leeds and in the rest of the United Kingdom. Starmer posturing for the last couple of days in Azerbaijan, while the leaders of almost half of the Earth's population can't be bothered going. Gives you an idea of where the priorities are. But no new money for hospitals here in Leeds, not to mention thousands of jobs, or to 1,000 new homes, and the effect on the local economy. The LGI project would also do away with £650 million of outstanding maintenance repairs. Welcome to the economics of the madhouse. And don't talk to me about any mythical black holes. I don't find it surprising, just the speed of the collapse. All political lives end in failure for one simple reason. Politicians stop listening. Ministers become an arrogant elite. They don't listen to their own MPs, their councillors, and worst of all, the people who elected them. The elected of this country have very long memories, so there will be a reckoning for treating them as fools. Ask any Conservative about last July. Ask any Democrat about the US presidential election last week. It's called democracy, Lord Mayor, and every politician should take note. So for the second time in just a few weeks, the government is expecting you to defend the indefensible, no matter what you say here today. Get used to it, because you've got another 4.5 years of this. But I do find it galling that Starmer and Reeves will get their comeuppance in due course.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flynn.
And thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not going to go into arguing that this is a clash of economic ideologies, because I think that really is a distraction away from the issue at hand. And I find it quite hard to listen to Conservative politicians talking about show us the money to the Labour Party when for so many years there was so many false promises and it didn't happen. And one of the things I'm not going to do today is to diminish the achievement of Rachel Reeves to be the first, not just female Chancellor, but the first Labour Chancellor in a long while. She's a very, very intelligent person, and she put a lot of commitment into being part of Team Leeds, which was led by Councillor Lewis, and it made sure that all the local MPs were brought together with some of the party leaders to try and make sure that we got the best outcomes for this city by working together. I have to say, what was outstanding about Rachel Reeves is that she turned up. She was the most reliable attendee at those meetings, and she took notes, and she took what she learnt in Leeds, and she went back and did a brilliant job as an opposition front bencher. What I'm looking for now is evidence that she has taken that learning from Leeds and that she's going to be the best possible government front bencher. Because what we've had so far has been disappointing and underwhelming in the extreme. And when we're talking about being Team Leeds, it feels like, almost, that we're being punished for the fact that the Chancellor is actually coming from Leeds, and therefore any investment that happens in this city will be seen by her colleagues as somehow showing favouritism. And that is not fair in terms of the outcomes that we expect to have for our families, as demonstrated by Councillor Brown. All of us have ownership and emotionally with the institutions that we have locally that deliver our health outcomes. And for us as a country, if we're talking about growth, when we have a scheme which is ready to go, it's shovel ready, and everybody seems to say it's what they want, it's really frustrating when we're not given an explanation as to why it's not the top of the priority list for the ministers in the Department of Health, which is based here, and have first-hand knowledge of the top-class health industry and facilities that we have in this city, which will be enhanced by having new facilities delivered in General Infirmary. The fact that the General Infirmary can offer an even better health outcome is also a small part of the package which is there about the development at the LGI, which is that the universities and the council, as well as the health partners, it's delivering a huge amount of construction that will be a huge employment stoker. And to actually hear the Chancellor say that out of the money that has been delivered through all these tax raises which have been mentioned earlier, that the priority is health, and then not to find that our biggest health ask is being answered by a Chancellor that comes from this city and has first-hand experience of why it's so desperately needed, is, I just don't get it. And I don't get that we can have a Labour council and a Labour mayor and a Labour Chancellor as part of a Labour government, and you don't seem to be any more clued up than we are. It feels like there's an absence here, And all that we were asking for was clarity about purpose for us to go
Thank you very
forward.
much, Councillor Galton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We are all here, are we not, to do the very best that we can for the people of Leeds. That is our job. That's why we come here. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Lay for bringing this white paper, and I hope you will accept our amendments in the spirit it's intended. There is nothing controversial about that paper, and everybody should be on board with one voice. I'd also like to thank, we've heard some really strong personal testimony from people today. Councillor Brown, thank you so much and congratulations on your maiden speech. It was incredibly powerful and illustrates a point I'm going to go on to reaffirm in a second. And also just to mention for Councillor Maloney earlier, that was an incredibly brave speech you gave, different subject, but thank you for that. Lord Mayor, I know, as we've heard, I'm not alone in having seen far more of the inside of our Leeds hospitals than I would like in recent years. And when you see them at your lowest ebb and when you're vulnerable, and literally most of your view is laid horizontally on a trolley, and you're seeing all of the holes in the ceiling and the leaks as you're being wheeled from one part of the Victorian crumbling infrastructure to another, you get a very unique perspective on the state of the buildings. The care is amazing. When you're in the system, I owe them my life, literally, and will always be eternally grateful for what they did for me. I know there are many others in this chamber who are feeling the same way. I've bumped into numerous colleagues with relatives as well. Well, I've been back for regular checkups, and I know it will be somewhere I'll be spending a lot of time for the rest of my life. We need to get the right buildings and infrastructure to support the staff that are there. That is the first key point. The buildings are no longer fit for purpose. Number two, and it's a point that perhaps hasn't come up as much as it should in the debate, the innovation arc that this is part of is a massive boost to this city's economy. If you're a government that wants growth, delivering this building and the innovation arc and all of the other things that goes with it, not only do you get the economic benefits of the diggers in the ground and the spades and all of the construction jobs while it's being built, the benefit will go on and on and on and on. The health economy in Leeds is hugely important. The digital and tech economy is hugely important. And this, as Councillor Venner rightly said, is advanced and ready to go. Every day it's delayed, it gets more expensive. Every day it's delayed, there is more uncertainty. Every day it's delayed, that's someone else that's investing their money somewhere else and not match funding key projects in this city. There's been a lot of talk about lobbying. If only we had a Leeds MP in the Treasury. Think what a difference that could make. And I am unashamed, Lord Mayor. If I ever have the privilege to change places with Councillor Lewis and run this council, the things I've campaigned for in Wetherby for years will happen. Well, it may not ever happen, but if I'm ever in that luxury position, the things I've campaigned for in Wetherby for years will get delivered. And I will be unashamed about it. I will try and do my best for every part of Leeds, but I will take care of the people that sent me here in the first place. No questions asked. And I will not be embarrassed to say that to anyone. I expect the same of every Leeds MP. If you've campaigned for something in opposition, and then you are in the privileged position, the one person who can make it happen, and you don't, well, shame on you, Rachel Reeves. Get it sorted, get it built, get this facility that our doctors, nurses, patients deserve, and get the impact into our economy that should be happening right away. I support the amendment and the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lamb. Our leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I did note your comment earlier about today being National Kindness Day, so I'll try and to remain kind. But I do, there's been lots of questions thrown from the Conservative group today, and I've got a question back for them. We had 14 years of a Conservative-run government. They promised 40 hospitals. They built one. Why wasn't that one hospital in Leeds? Why didn't you do your job and get that one hospital built in Leeds? And I'll make a second. Sorry, I'm speaking now. Please
let
Alan. Thank
him
you.
speak.
Thank you. No, I'm speaking. I'm speaking now, Alan. You can speak up for Wetherby later. But coming on to another point as well, members around the council chamber have spoken very graciously, particularly the Conservative group have spoken very graciously about the fact that we have successful Labour MPs in the city. And I wonder if at any point in that 14 years, the glittering array of talent that the Conservatives put forward at MPs, if one of them had ever made it into the Cabinet, would we have had all the things? But we'll never know because, unfortunately, none of them did. And I'm really proud of the 9 Labour MPs we have in Leeds and the work that they do for the city. I'm speaking, Alan. You've had your say now. So, having made those couple of points, and I'm really interested to hear from the, if there's any more Conservative speakers who've got time to come in, or maybe they'll just try and speak over other people in the rude way that they do. I'd be really interested to hear why in 14 years of Conservative government, one hospital built in this country, and that hospital wasn't in Leeds. I think that says a lot about the work rate of the Conservative group. Now I'm going to turn on to the kind things I wanted to say. And, and it comes back to the amendment that Councillor Venner very well moved earlier. We had a cross-party agreement around our work to lobby in terms of this hospital. And I praise all those councillors who've spoken earlier, not every councillor, but all those councillors have spoken in those terms about what an important facility this is for the city. Councillor Brown and others spoke about their personal experience of LGI. I'm from East Leeds, so I've sort of seen more of the inside of St James's than LGI. But it is something that is so important to all of us in the city, and that's why we've really come together and tried to move away from petty political point scoring and move on to a position where we've got, which is our white paper is a letter, and I'd like to thank all the leaders of the different political groups, including Councillor Lamb, for signing up to our cross-party letter, because it really does show there are times when, as a council chamber, despite some intemperate speeches, we can come together, we can speak on behalf of Leeds, we can work for the facilities we need, we can speak on behalf of the people we represent. Most people that vote for us to come here do that, and that is really important, and I hope when it comes to voting, people, every party leader signed up to the letter that we put forward as our amendment, and I hope every group will speak to it, because there'll certainly be some questions if people don't. And I think it's really important, one of the points, and a couple of speakers have made it about this, is not just about developing a hospital for all the reason that speakers have covered in this debate. It is about the fact that it is a significant part of our economy in the city. We know we need to be at the forefront of where the economy is going in the future, have a really successful health and tech sector in the city, a lot of which has grown out of public sector investment in the NHS, both the hospitals and care and the NHS departments based in Leeds, and this will be a really big part of that. We know that investment in public services, particularly the NHS, and of course we all welcome the investment into the NHS announced in the budget. We also all welcome, the pay rises for NHS staff who've worked really hard moving forward.
Thank you very much, Leader.
We'll all support it, and I hope people vote for Councillor Venner's amendment.
Thank you. I will now call on Councillor Lay to sum up, please.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Where to start? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. And Caroline, Councillor Anderson, thank you for your support and for asking pertinent questions of the administration. And I agree with you about urging the administration to do more. That's one of the reasons why the white paper was brought to this council meeting. Councillor Venner, understand cut and paste. I understand changing and putting a letter that's past its due date, actually. It references the budget in October. And I'm not sure that you even believe that the letter is enough. You might, or you might think that you've done your bit as a party. I'd like to think it's more that you agree with me, but because it's all new to you and you've only had 132 days to come to terms with having all this new ability to influence national government, that you're finding your feet as an administration. And partly why we don't get... I've never known the Labour Party not to put an amendment in, but Councillor Lamb's didn't get an amendment. I just don't know what's happening over there, other than to assume that you're struggling to come to terms with leadership that's saying one thing prior to the election and doing something afterwards that hardly any of you, I suspect, agree with. And your deathly silence and sitting on your hands probably indicates that. But we all understand loyalty and party politics, so I get it, you know. It is a critical issue, as you rightly say, and I also agree with you that we all want to see the hospital built. And I'm just urging your party to do all it can to ask your 9 MPs, to ask the NHS, to ask your regional mayor, and to ask yourselves to continue to lobby the government. Councillor Brown, best speech of the day. All right, and thank you for your service over all those years. At this time of the year, it's very much comes to mind, but we thank you throughout the year. And thank you for your kindness to my NHS colleagues over the road there, and for your support for my white paper. Councillor Dobson, thank you for your brief local government history on why we're here and public health and all of that. And you allude to the specialist services in Leeds. I think the last time I asked, there was, or I looked, there was 14 regional centres, 2 national centres and international expertise. This is much more than just a district hospital. And you're right, we should act as one. And I think that's what's disappointing. Councillor Lewis, you're right, there is broad cross-party support. You could have come to me and said, let's put a white paper in that we all agree with, because this is a cross-party thing, but you haven't. Councillor Carlyle, I'm just conscious of the time. Thank you for your support and your outlining the issues facing the NHS. They're real, they're present, they're here. Yes, we need the LGI to flourish and grow. And I also happen to think that we are probably in late-stage capitalism, neoliberalism, and we will be coming to an end in the next few decades, I suspect. Councillor Flynn, always wise, always grounded in reality. Thank you. I thought what you said was harsh but fair.
Thank you, Councillor Lane.
And it was harsh but fair, and
Thank
a career in
very much,
diplomacy
Councillor Lane.
beckons. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now call for the vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Anderson. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's been lost. I'm calling on the vote on the second amendment in the name of Councillor Venner. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. I'm calling on the vote on the motion, substantive motion. Those for?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would all members please ensure that they're in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Venner. Members should please refer to their desk unit and press the green button marked yes and plus to vote in favour, the red button marked no or minus to vote against, and the yellow button please marked abstain or 0 to abstain. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
That's why. It says a vote's been cast.
He's okay now.
You're okay now? All right. Okay. We have a total of 90 votes, 77 yes, abstentions 13, 0 no. So that's... Yeah. So that's carried. Thank you, members. Okay. I believe this should be the last white paper. Agenda item number 16, white paper on employment rights bill. Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a real privilege to be moving this white paper today. It's a Labour white paper in the cause of Labour. The Employment Rights Bill represents, I feel, the single biggest step forwards towards improving the lives of working people, both here in Leeds and across the UK, since the introduction of the Minimum Wage Act back in 1998. Where I live, in Bermondsey and Richmond Hill, people have suffered the real-life consequences of the last 14 years of Conservative government. Economic mismanagement and efforts to limit the ability of working people to stand up for themselves. For too many people in Bermondsey and Richmond Hill, this has meant that they do not have any sort of job security due to 0 hours contracts, and quite often these are euphemised as being casual or misrepresented as being some sort of flexible work. Too many people in my ward are living hand to mouth, getting by each week, and quite often they're not getting by each week, on incomes that are derived from bogus forms of self-employment. Too many mums and dads, grandparents, guardians are having to work 2, maybe 3 jobs in order to make ends meet and to put food on the table. They're missing out on the lives of their children. They're missing out on their chance for a life outside of work. And at the end of the month, they don't even have anything saved to show for it. And fundamentally, this is why this legislation is so important. It will help to tackle these degrading, debilitating conditions by introducing rights to guaranteed hours, a reasonable notice of shifts, and compensation for short notice cancellation of those shifts. On top of this, the Labour government will see an end to the utterly reprehensible fire and rehire tactics that have seen thousands of workers placed on worse contracts, reduced terms and conditions, and losing money. This bill will strengthen our trade unions and the ability of workers to organise and fight for what they are owed and what they deserve. And what they deserve is a fair share of the fruits of their labour. In the white paper submitted earlier by Councillor Lamb, we were told that the UK had the fastest growth in the G7. And indeed, I'm sure many more long-standing colleagues than myself will recall with delight how we've been treated with various statements from members opposite regarding the UK's economic strength under the previous government. But the question then we must ask ourselves is, why has this economic strength and this growth not been reflected in the wages of workers since 2010? According to the IFS, there have been virtually 0 growth in wages since that year. This 14-year wage stagnation has then been further compounded by the most draconian trade union laws of any country in the Western world, which were made even worse under the last government. The past 14 years have shown that when workers in this country have demanded a fair share through collective action, the party opposite has simply moved the goalposts and put a fair day's pay out of reach for ordinary working people. But comrades, not anymore. This bill will remove the most egregious aspects of the previous legislation, such as the Minimum Service Act, an act designed almost uniquely to stop the key workers who we clapped for during the pandemic from taking industrial action. And it will improve parental leave rights. And I think we know what the leader of the Conservatives thinks about those rights, although we do welcome her as the first black leader of a national party. The bill will improve access to sick pay, reinstate school staff support negotiating body, a fair pay agreement in adult social care, a fair work agency which will protect workers' rights and ensure that people aren't being exploited by unscrupulous bosses, and much, much more. Colleagues, when combined with the increase to the national living wage, working people across Bermondsey and Richmond Hill, indeed all of Leeds, will be better off, will have more job security and better rights in the workplace. I ask you all, is this not something we can all support? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farley. Councillor Heselwood.
Lord Mayor, comrades. For all of their time in power, the Tories have time and again attacked working people. In more recent times, there was the downgrading of public sector pensions, which ultimately cost the public purse billions because they did it unlawfully. Attacking workers' pay by imposing zero and below inflation pay rises and using zero-hour contracts to deliberately skew employment figures. Since the days of Thatcher, the Tories have waged a war on workers and trade unions, despite the overwhelming evidence that continually highlights the good work of trade unions and the benefits they bring to both employer and employee. With Labour's Employment Rights Bill, for the first time in decades and for the first time in many workers' lives, they will see a government that is genuinely on their side. A government that will not be giving with one hand and taking away with the other, as the Tories, ably abetted by the Lib Dems, have done for well over a decade. Some members remember in 2016 I made a speech which included what have the trade unions ever done for us. Well, this time it's what have the Labour Party ever done for us, and I'm going to tell you, comrades. So, the bill brings us ending exploitative zero-hour contracts, Councillor Firth, ending fire and hire and fire and replace, strengthening statutory sick pay, give protection against unfair dismissal from day one, not 2 years that the Tories legislated for, delivering stronger protection for pregnant women and new mothers, establishing parental and bereavement leave from day one, and I could go on. But I'll stop there and I'll give you some highlights. So, statutory sick pay. Up to 1.3 million low-paid employees will now be entitled to statutory sick pay from day one. The Employment Rights Bill removes waiting days, meaning everyone will be eligible for statutory sick pay from the first day of sickness absence. And I quote, comrades, "Together, these changes will support employees to take the time off they need to recover by providing better financial security. This can also help prevent the spread of infectious diseases in the workplace, because we all know that during COVID, while their government partied in Downing Street, we had workers going to work even after testing positive for COVID because they wouldn't be paid for the first 3 days and couldn't afford to take the time off. I've lost count of the number of union members I've spoken to who've been dismissed after 6, 12, 18 months with only notice pay and no reason for the dismissal. Excuse me? No, they weren't. I work for a teaching union. This is due to the previous government legislating to increase a claim for unfair dismissal to 2 years, making it legal for any employer to dismiss a member of staff during the first 2 years of employment. An absolutely disgusting practice that the Employment Rights Bill has overturned, giving workers far more security and stability in their employment. Maternity rights. The bill will make it illegal to dismiss a pregnant woman within 6 months of returning to work after maternity leave. Unlike Kemi Badenoch, who commented that maternity pay had gone too far and that it was excessive. The Tories may have female leaders, but comrades, none of them have been feminists, have they? And lastly, the bill improves rights for trade unions, what we've all been waiting for. Increasing access to workplaces. We will no longer be frozen out of the workplaces, unable to negotiate for or represent our members. Greater protections for trade union reps and protections against dismissal for simply representing their union in the workplace and their members. Electronic balloting. We're in the 21st century, comrades. The requirement of employers to regularly remind employees of their right to join a union. And lastly, repealing the industrial relations reforms brought in by the last government. The repealing the Trade Union Act of 2016. Fantastic, comrades. I second.
Councillor Hessel. Councillor Heselwood, Councillor Heselwood, you actually haven't seconded it. No? Okay, that's fine. No, she won't. That's fine. Kindness World Day, World Kindness Day, World Kindness Day, okay? Be kind. Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Comrade Heselwood, my guilty pleasure. My Lord Mayor.
You started that.
I know I've started. I can see the green light. Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's all right. Calm yourselves. This is an interesting white paper, and I'm pleased we get to debate this today. The government employment bill is very much like the curate's egg. There are bits of it that are good. There are parts of it that are poor. And I understand why it is that members opposite will look at the headlines and think, this is fabulous. This is fantastic. The challenge with all these things is the devil is in the detail, or more accurately, the damage is in the detail. The reality, when it comes down to it, will be fundamentally different. Colleagues will know that I am, by profession, an employment lawyer, or a solicitor, and I specialise in employment law. And I must confess, when I saw the draft bill, which is the stage this is at the moment, this isn't yet law, notwithstanding what Comrade Heselwood told us, you said it's already enacted. Listen to the tape. What seemed to me to be the case is that this was a gift to employment lawyers from the Labour government, because I guarantee you the group that are going to make the most money from this bill are employment lawyers. I already do, thank you. You can come and see me with pleasure. You may need to. The fact is, making it more expensive to employ people, making it more complicated to employ people, does three things. Either businesses won't employ as many people, or they'll look overseas to employ people, or they will look to automate lower skilled jobs, because the cost at some point becomes more expensive than it is to automate it. Let's take the example of unfair dismissal. You talked about unfair dismissal. So the law is at the moment 2 years. Actually, a few years ago, it went to 1 year. And even when it went to 1 year, the experience of businesses and indeed employees was that people were losing their jobs far more quickly, and businesses were not taking the commercial risk of employing people. Who was losing out? Who loses out in cases like this? Particularly if you make it from day one. The people who lose out are young workers and people looking to change career. Why? Because businesses will not take a commercial risk on a new employee from day one. They will look to recruit people with experience, or people where there is a guarantee that they can do the job. That is the reality of what happens. There are good parts of this bill, but what is going to happen as it goes through the consultation process is things are going to have to change. Because if we are serious about trying to grow the economy, if we are serious about trying to make sure we give employees a fair deal, then businesses actually have to be able to employ those employees. And I know that might not sound sexy, but that is the economic reality of the world.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cohen. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not sure where to go with this now.
So I'm going to start with what I said in the first place. I think this paper's a little underwhelming. I think it's lazy. And I think after 4 months of a Labour government, I was actually expecting you all to be very cheery and shouting in delight about the achievements that your government's made, but it hasn't done that, has it? Let's start with, I'm going to cross between two versions of my speech now because of what's been said earlier, so it's going to be a bit disjointed. First of all, as Lib Dems, we do actually support what is in the Employment Rights Bill, but we are concerned at the amount of time it's going to take to actually see any of those benefits, because you're talking about it as if it's going to happen now. It's not. A lot of it's been left to secondary legislation, government amendments and ongoing consultations, meaning that a lot of these benefits are not coming until 2026, probably, maybe 2 years away. The people of this country need things now, and they're not getting that. None of us, well, possibly some of you over there will dispute it, but the country was left in an awful state by the Conservatives, and you have got an uphill challenge. We all recognise that. But the decisions you're making, in the first 4 months at any rate, seem to be making things worse for most people, not better. And Councillor Heselwood, you talk about taking it away with one hand and giving it with the one and taking it away with the other. You said that's not what you're doing. Okay? So you've taken away the winter fuel allowance from old people. You've increased the cost of getting to work and the cost of using a bus for most people. You've increased the cost of student loans. You've taken no decision whatsoever on the two-child benefit cap, which could have removed 250,000 children out of...
Please,
Please
let her finish. Thank
Excuse
you.
me. And the latest one, referring to the cost of employing people, is the national insurance increase. A decision which Rachel Reeves herself has said will impact on wage growth. The OBR says will pass costs on to employees and consumers. We've got small businesses and medium businesses, GPs and charities all saying there'll be job losses. Where's your job security coming from? So, I mean, I'm not entirely sure where else to go with it now, but I am further on in the paper. You talk about this Employment Rights Bill delivering inclusive economic growth for all. Well, it doesn't, because not everybody is a worker, not everybody is an employee, so it's not for all at all. And then I want to go more locally, because nationally I've just pointed out all the things I think you're doing wrong there, but locally you do the same thing here. You're increasing taxes, introducing parking charges in our local centres. That is a tax on our residents. There is no money. The businesses reduce footfall reduces employment. Where's the work security coming from there? I'm going to finish it because I don't want to go on. But the people of Leeds deserve more from a Labour government and a Labour council. You've got the opportunity to make difference and you're not doing it. This council should be challenging bad decisions by national government, regardless of who is in power, and not meekly accepting them. You see, you don't like it when you get it back, do you?
Please let her finish, please.
It's okay,
Thank you.
I'll sit down because I can't deal with all of it. What I will say is the citizens of Leeds deserve better. We all deserve better than this Labour government and this Labour council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Thank you. Councillor Hatbrook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In the spirit of kindness, I merely second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Stables, I'll hold you to that, Councillor Hatbrook. Councillor Stables.
Lord Mayor, I'm sure that many of us here today are delighted by the steps taken through the Employment Rights Bill currently going through Parliament, which will increase the job security for many of the most vulnerable people. I'm delighted to see the bill will end the use of 0 hours contracts, which so many have been forced to take, not knowing how many hours work they'll get each week, which hours they'll be asked to work, and of course how long they'll be employed for. This makes it so difficult for anyone who has any caring responsibilities to arrange suitable cover at such short notice, and forces some families to seek support from food banks for emergency food when work dries up with no notice. Similarly, the protection against unfair dismissal from day one and the ability to take parental and bereavement leave as soon as needed after starting employment will make a huge difference to thousands of people. However, one of the biggest problems in our society across the UK is the inequality in pay and therefore the standard of living. Whilst the riches have continued for the last 15 years to get richer and richer, the poorest in our society have not felt the benefit of any growth in our economy. The whole concept of trickle-down economics has no founding in reality. The difference in the pay of those at the top in companies and organisations and those on the lowest grade has continued to grow. When businesses and organisations fail to recruit into poorly paid, unrewarding or unattractive jobs, instead of increasing the pay to encourage more local people to apply, they look to migrants who may accept poorer conditions and lower pay because it's at least better than what they'd experienced in their home country. This action holds down pay at the lowest level rather than reflecting the true value of a job. That is why we need a real living wage to ensure that everyone gets paid a decent wage that allows them to have a decent life, so they don't have to worry day to day or week to week whether there's enough money to put food on the table, pay the rent and heat their home. This is not a privilege. This should be an expectation for everyone living in this country, which is after all the 6th biggest economy in the world and the 2nd biggest in Europe based on GDP. And that is why in this amendment I call for the government to urgently increase the national minimum wage to at least £12.60 per hour and £13.85 per hour in London. As a Green Party, we would go further and increase this to what we believe is the true living wage, which is £15 per hour for all adults, i.e. over 18s, with the cost to small businesses offset by a reduction to national insurance payments. We would also introduce a maximum 10-to-1 pay ratio between the highest and lowest paid in all private and public sector organisations. If we really want to make the biggest difference to improving the lives of the most deprived citizens of this country and in Leeds, significantly increasing the pay would make an immediate difference to their situation, giving them financial security. The potential and knock-on effects of this are huge, with benefits to be felt across the NHS, as this will improve both physical and mental health by allowing access to good food rather than just the cheapest, taking the pressure off parents to work all hours and allowing more family time. In addition, an increase in the number of children arriving at school with a full belly will allow more children to fulfil their potential, as we know there's a correlation between learning outcomes and nutrition. So whilst I commend the work done to improve the rights of workers through this new bill, I urge the Executive Member for Equality, Health and Wellbeing to call on the government to go further and make a real difference to the standard of living of all those on the lowest pay across this country and in Leeds.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goodall.
Second and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll tell you what concerns us about this. And we accept as a matter of course that waiting 2 years for unfair dismissal was unfair. It needs to be adjusted. It needs to be fettled at this particular point. And to a degree, it's a public sector, private sector issue. The public sector, to a degree, you're never going to worry. Nobody ever gets sacked. Nobody got sacked at Rochdale. Nobody got sacked at Rotherham. The private sector, which is the area that we are hopeful will create the growth that we need to provide better public services, is the one that's taking a significant battering at this particular point. You've got a national insurance increase at this stage. The national insurance rate starts at an earlier income level, which of course means that those in the private sector are finding it even more troublesome and difficult to continue to generate new jobs. There are people out there who like 0 hours contracts, who prefer it because they like that particular flexibility of removing that with this proposed legislation. On top of that, you're in a situation where as far as the private sector are concerned, if they're to play a role in dealing with the 3 million people that are economically inactive, if you're looking at welfare reform, which you are looking at welfare reform, trying to get people back into work, then to a degree the heavy lifting is going to have to come from the private sector, not from the public sector. The best will in the world, the public sector isn't going to be offering opportunities to a lot of the people who've been unemployed a long time. You're going to ask the private sector to take on board people who have all sorts of challenging difficulties, problems, illnesses, and you are asking them to take a punt on day one with people that you wanted to return to the employment market, and then you're facing them with all of these particular challenges and all of these particular barriers. And I think that's unwise. I think with small and medium enterprises, I think they're going to struggle and they're going to say, no thanks, we don't want to play this particular game. I think they are going to already struggle with the number of jobs that they've created at this particular point, and the number of jobs with the national insurance impact that you're likely to have and the employment rights will mean that they're less likely to come forward and offer employment opportunities. Now, maybe we will reach that glorious day that Councillor lays on about post-capitalism at this particular point, but to the best of my knowledge, we've been suggesting that that day's been coming since at least the 60s when I was aware of it, and I don't see it happening any time now. If you're guaranteeing a government that is based on growth, putting more and more burdens on the private sector, which is where most of your growth is likely to come, is unwise in my particular view. I think everybody, it's like apple pie and motherhood, isn't it? Everybody's very supportive of this, but if you don't look at the unforeseen consequences of the actions you're actually taking, it is counterproductive. You will leave those 3 million people who are economically inactive without the opportunity to get into the employment market. You're going to make sure that the private sector contracts, the public sector isn't going to be able to take up that particular slack. And we're in a situation where unemployment's already beginning to rise, to get worse and worse and worse. We need a reconsideration, we need a better balance between employment rights and the needs of the private sector. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Anything that puts at risk both economic growth and business confidence needs to be carefully looked at and scrutinised. Like most important things, the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. I've got no idea, to be honest, whether or not this will or will not be a success. What I'm saying to you is that if you believe in growth, we need to look to make sure that these measures are constructively put in, particularly when you take them alongside the other budget measures that you've recently announced. These are not an incentive for people to employ people. Now, at the moment, businesses are publicly stating it's going to cost them more. So you might disagree with that, but we need to look at, is there anything we can do to mitigate against that? But something that Councillor Farley said when he was talking about draconian Conservative legislation. I don't know whether or not you're all aware, but there was a ballot of council employees recently over the changing in their payment date. They voted for a strike. They wanted a strike. They were going to go out and strike. What stopped them? The Conservative legislation. You used the Conservative legislation to stop them. Under your legislation today, that would be, they would be out and strike. You would have a strike on your hands because you brought forward a measure that the unions didn't agree with. Now, you used the Conservative legislation.
Please let him finish. Please, Councillor Hesselwood, let him finish. Thank you.
Now, okay, there's one part. But what about today? Wes Streeting. Now, Wes Streeting today has said that he's going to sack NHS managers for poor performance. In whose eyes is this poor performance going to be? What are the unions going to say about that? He's also said that there's going to be a new pay framework to clamp down on certain people. That's hardly good for employment prospects in terms of what he's doing. There'll be no more turning a blind eye to failure. That's another reason that we need to be worried as to what's happening with this legislation. You know, it's what he said today. I mean, I didn't know he was going to say it. When I woke up this morning, I just couldn't believe what he was talking about saying. But who's next? You mentioned that you come from the teaching side of things. Teachers could be next in line for the government's thing. Poor performing teachers could be out. Poor performing civil servants could be out. Before you know where you are, your legislation, you're going to take it against some of these people. That's the illogic of what you come up with sometimes. You don't actually think through what the consequences are. You go for a headline and you think this is going to be great, but then you don't look at the consequences and the causes of it. Now, in this council, we are particularly good at scrutinising.
Councillor Heselwood, please, just let him finish. Thank you.
We are running a great risk of stopping the very people you all want to get jobs are going to be stopped by some of these measures. And I personally do not want some of these people to be stopped getting jobs. But why are some employers going to take things on? Why are SMEs going to take on additional costs that they can't afford? They've got the money's got to come from somewhere. So these people just say, well, I won't employ someone now because I don't want the risk. There's also a greater risk now that some of these businesses are going to be in legal action. And my colleague here is going to be making more millions than he's already got. But these are the only people. The unions won't benefit, the employers won't benefit, and the citizens of this great city won't benefit. Hardly if they're not getting a job. This is what's going to happen as a consequence of it. You've not thought it through. There are good things in it, as Councillor Cohen said, there are good things in it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been mentioned 3 times today, so we're going to go for the hat-trick, but I've been beaten to it by Robert. There's a lot in the Employment Rights Bill that really is motherhood and apple pie. 4th time today, but there you go. But the implementation does seem somewhat clumsy and rushed for lots of reasons that's been articulated very well this afternoon, particularly from Dan Cohen. It does seem like the legislation has been rushed through Parliament rather than given a chance to breathe and develop and a proper level of consultation, because you can ride a coach and horses through most of it. However, my group have always been of the opinion that anything that firms up and supports workers in employment is a good thing. We have never once in a budget supported any amendment that looks to undermine workers' rights in the workplace. And we're not starting now, but I do think that point needed making. However, I just wanted to focus on one particular sector, and we've spoke about it earlier in the first white paper, and that's around social care. And I think the problem is, when you look at one piece of legislation, you cannot look at it in isolation with how it impacts or fails to impact on the broader economy, and in this case, the economy of the council. Using the council's own framework, so we're looking at £12.21 with an uplift of 40p per hour, equals £12.61. And I've taken a few examples from the framework that we operate under. It's not exclusive, it's just a straw sample. Rates for home care urban, £23.91. Knock off your £12.61, that leaves £11.30 per hour for a company or external provider to support somebody in the home. Residential care, basic, £694 per week. 168 hours in a week, that's £4.13 per hour. That doesn't mean, of course, that one person is looking after one person for £4.13. Obviously, there's a multiple effect there, and you can be looking after a whole range of people. However, when you factor in, we've spoke about NI rises, we've spoke about the threshold going, there's also, for any business, your insurances, your utilities, your training, your transport. The CQC in that sector are pushing that sector towards employing more technology. Nobody's going to help them pay for it, but they've got to find technological advancements in the workplace. And my worry is, inadvertently, we're going to actually create a situation where we are going to disenfranchise and make the life of people that we are duty-bound to support worse. You might say that's not our problem, it's a market problem, but we rushed into this. The administration were told in 2016, 17, 18, ad infinitum, that to put our eggs in the basket of the private sector for care provision would provide difficulties. Those difficulties are now going to come to pass. I'm going to have to skip through a lot because I've got the orange light, but what would have been a more sensible approach is to say, right, employment legislation, national living wage, tick, but how do we look at, say, properly supporting local authorities to make sure they are properly financed to deliver proper care needs, so both of those important elements of any economic structure can be achieved. We've done one, we've not done the other. It could be catastrophic. I know the industry they're not up in arms, they're actually panicking like mad about the implications, and I don't think it's been thought through properly, and I think us in this room could be the losers.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. All right, Councillor Goodall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a committed trade unionist and former UCE branch president, I agree with much of what Comrade Heselwood has said. I recognise the points people are saying about employers, but let's think about the individual employee, the lack of employment rights. I'm sure anyone here who has been a caseworker for a union will have examples of people who have lost their jobs unjustly and not been able to seek redress. So these rights are hugely important. But the main thing I want to do is support Councillor Stables and what she said about the minimum wage. Somebody very close to me is in a couple, and that couple, one is working in care, one is working in education. They have one child. They're not even on the minimum wage. They are both earning above the minimum wage, not much above, but above. They cannot afford to live. They would not be able to afford to live without the help of others. The minimum wage is not high enough. We need to increase the minimum wage. Minimum wages have been introduced and increased around the world, and at the time, it was considered unrealistic. I'm sure many of you remember the comments, very similar comments to what people are saying here tonight about employers. Employers won't be able to cope with it. Astonishingly, they have. I remember hearing the news in the States when they actually really increased the minimum wage. For example, in Washington, D.C., it's now £17 an hour, Washington State, £16.28 an hour. Again, the argument, employers won't be able to cope. What happened? People who worked in low-wage jobs in restaurants were actually able to afford to eat in those restaurants. It helped the economy. I'm sure some people here have read The Spirit Level. In fact, I hope many people here have read The Spirit Level. If you haven't, you need to read it. If you have equality of you can do it through tax or wages, but if you have better equality of wages so that the lowest paid are not as different from the highest paid, it has so many positive effects. Crime reduction, better health, better educational outcomes. I'm sure everyone in this chamber will be delighted with that. I'm sure that our Conservative friends will be delighted that that even happens with people on higher incomes. Everyone benefits from people being on more equal wages. So I would support what Councillor Stables said, support the amendment to say that we need to do more, we need to make the minimum wage higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodall. Councillor Haig, and it's a maiden speech, so please be kind.
Thank you. This is the first time, Lord Mayor, that I've had the opportunity to speak in this chamber, and I am very grateful to the people of Farnley-Wortley for electing me to represent them. I'm privileged to speak in support of the Employment Rights Bill, which will make a huge difference to the working lives of people across Leeds. This weekend, we honour the sacrifice of those who fought and died to protect our freedoms, and the freedom to be our authentic selves at work is critical to happy and healthy working lives. In my working life, and as a trade union representative in the Ministry of Defence, I worked along people whose rights were or had been restricted, people who worked with a sense of injustice or were not able to be open about their lives. I knew women civil servants who had worked in the Foreign Service before 1973 and had been forced to resign on marriage. Servicewomen who were discharged on marriage well into the 1980s and then forced out on pregnancy. Skills lost, careers ended. The bill will give workers the right to flexible working. This will empower many people to stay in jobs, keeping skills in the workforce. As a union rep, I led many negotiations on local flexible working arrangements, and one was for the civilian personal assistants to group captains who wanted the right to work flexi-time and part-time. The group captains considered it absolutely essential that their PAs were there first thing in the morning to put the kettle on. After a year of consultation, I persuaded the Air Commodore that it was unreasonable to refuse, and the staff were granted those rights. Giving those women agency in their working life made them happier, more productive, and the group captains did find that occasionally they could make their own teas and coffees. Later, I met my friend Andy Harley. He served in the Royal Air Force in the 1960s, had a fantastic time, but he was forced to leave because he was gay. And thousands of others were also forced to leave, even after homosexuality was decriminalised. There's a provision in the bill to reintroduce the two-tier code on procurement, ensuring that employees working on outsourced contracts will be offered terms and conditions broadly equivalent to those transferred from the public sector. When my job in the MOD was outsourced, I worked in a two-tier workforce. Co-workers were pressurised to give up their rights for short-term improvements to pay, but when it came to being made redundant, then minimal compensation. The government have also announced their intention to repeal the Strikes Minimum Service Levels Act of 2023. The majority in this chamber opposed this legislation in the White Paper carried in March. The right to withdraw labour is a fundamental freedom, and we welcome the repeal. I took strike action to support the trade unionists at GCHQ, who had the right to belong to a trade union removed from them in 1984. The reasons for the ban included the baseless accusation that if they went on strike, the security of the nation would be at risk, that they had a conflict of loyalties. This is the same false logic that was levelled at modern-day public sector workers as an excuse to strip them of their human rights. And I'm delighted that workers today have not had to wait 13 years for that wrong to be put right. By enshrining day one rights in this bill, the people in Leeds that we all represent will benefit from a fairer working environment. People will be able to stay in work, have more secure incomes and an increased minimum wage, and many will benefit from regular hours and the opportunity to balance work and life. This council has ambitious plans for a decade of growth and prosperity through our inclusive growth strategy, which this bill complements. This includes plans for a regional mass transit system, bus reform continuing to progress, the West Yorkshire Investment Zone and the Leeds Business Anchors Network, amongst many other things. Building an inclusive workforce, creating a working culture that supports people staying in work, making work pay. These measures will benefit workers and employers across Leeds. Every individual will benefit from the fairness and dignity this bill will give them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Haigh. Okay, I will now call on Councillor Farley to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And in the spirit of Kindness Day, I will ask you to be kind to me as I struggle to read my own notes. I'd just like to start by thanking Councillor Hazelwood for all of her comments and the benefits of trade unions, both for employees and for employers. I know as a trade union rep myself, having the union in the workplace has made a really good and marked difference in terms of how we engage with employers and how employers engage with us as the workers. And I think that benefit to both parties is what's fundamentally this bill is about. I'd further like to thank Councillor Hazelwood for the work that she does outside of the chamber as a trade union rep and for answering most of everybody else's comments. Councillor Cohen, I welcome the areas of the bill that you support. I think we may have to have a bit of a negotiation when it comes to the areas that you disagree with. But I think fundamentally, higher wages for workers, having that job security means that more money is being spent in our local economies. That money being spent in our local economy supports local businesses. That then means that those businesses can support more employees. Moving on to Councillor Chapman, again, I think some of her comments weren't particularly kind to the Conservatives because she forgot the 5 years that the Liberals were in government with them. She says that this side of the chamber isn't particularly cheerful. Well, I'm very cheerful. I'm very cheerful about this proposed legislation. Although I do welcome her desire for this to be ruled out much sooner than it will be, but unfortunately that's the law, that's how laws are made. Coming on to Councillor Stables, I welcome many of her comments and she's right to highlight the impact of wages. But fundamentally, this is the first step on the road to a full living wage. And many of the provisions included within the bill itself are going to bring enormous benefits for working people right up and down the country. The government is increasing the national living wage. I think it's 6.7% increase, which is certainly going to be welcomed by my residents in Bermondsey and Richmond Hill. Councillor Finnegan made comments regarding people liking 0 hours. The problem is that a lot of people don't like working 0 hours, and they tend to be the majority. But part of this bill offers greater ability for workers to access flexible working, which I think would probably counter some of the points that you've made. And I think also a number of colleagues made reference to the probationary, made reference to employers not taking a chance on new workers. Well, we're extending probationary periods, giving employers the opportunity to try people out. I can see I've got orange light, so I'm going to try and speed through this. Councillor Anderson mentioned the proof will be in the pudding. I'm reliably informed today is National Pudding Day, so we can all try. And I feel Councillor Hazelwood responded to many of your comments while you were speaking. Councillor Dobson, I think the concerns with regards to a minimum wage and the impact on employers. Councillor Goodall actually, I think, responded to this in his comments with regards to, in 1998, with the minimum wage. You know, the ceiling didn't fall in on a lot of these employers. And then finally, I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Haigh on her maiden speech. She made lots of fantastic points, and I hope you can all support this white paper this evening. Thank you very much.
Councillor Farley. Thank you. Okay, I will now call for the vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Cohen. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. We're in serious business, members. I will now call on the vote for the second amendment in the name of Councillor Chapman. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's been lost. I will now call for the vote on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Stables. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's lost as well, sorry. Okay. I will now call on the vote on the motion. Yes, you can.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would members please ensure they are in their allocated seats? Members have requested a recorded vote in respect of the motion in the name of Councillor Farley. Members should refer to their desk unit and press the green button marked yes or plus for it to vote in favour, the red button marked no or minus to vote against, and the yellow button marked abstain and 0 to abstain. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We have a total of 86 Yes, 62. Abstentions, 11. No, 13. So that's been carried. Okay, well done, members, and thank you all so much. Just before we finish, I would like to use this opportunity to say thank you to Mariana. I believe this will be her last full council. If you all stand and join me in giving her a hand of applause to say thank you for her sacrifice. Mariana, you can respond.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity. It's obviously a very challenging period for local government right across the country, but you know, working in the way that we do in the council and the city, I'm sure we can rise above and beyond those challenges, and I'm really looking forward to welcoming Ed at the beginning of January and working with him to support us in our continued ambitions. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you all so very much. For those of you, if I don't see you before Christmas, have a very Merry Christmas and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.